Good afternoon, everybody. This is Spectre here on the old 5x5 channel here this afternoon on the 27th day of October. Glad to have you join us here wherever you may be joining from. If you're over on Twitch, good to see you. Good to see you if you are over on the YouTube side. We are still in good favor there, at least for the moment. We'll see by day's end whether or not that changes, I suppose. Just depends on the content we cover. D-Live, good to see you. And of course, our friends over at the Foxhole app, good to see you here this afternoon as well. Soko won't be here this afternoon, and I'll probably be shepherding you here for at least the next couple of hours here until 412 and Season Pixels join here in the 5 o'clock hour, I believe it is, Eastern Time. And KB is out today. Sunny days, still recovering. Hopefully she's getting better. And yeah, we'll just give it a go here this afternoon. There is plenty to get through. So that being said, why don't we get after it here this afternoon? And I'll address you guys as you guys kind of jump in here this afternoon. Ms. Flintstone 17, good to see you from Michigan. Good to have you. William Joseph BC 17, good to see you here this afternoon as well. All right, so that being said, let's get into some of the interesting stuff going on here today. Watch live. U.S. Capitol Complex. D.C. streets are closed due to a bomb threat at DHS. This came through right about the noon hour here today. Police in Washington, D.C. have closed roads around the U.S. Capitol and the Department of Health following reports of a bomb threat in the area on Wednesday. Andrew Sullender says the ramped-up USCP presence at the Capitol complex today is definitely visible. Quite the police presence in front of the Capitol itself. Short clip there. 6 roads, including Washington Avenue and 3rd Street, were closed as Capitol Police investigated a bomb threat at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services on Independence Avenue, which was also closed by police. Jordan Fleischer says Capitol Police are investigating a bomb threat at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, road closures on Independence Avenue and C Street Southwest. More info soon. Let's see. Capitol Police have closed further roads around the Capitol complex. They investigate a bomb threat at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And apparently the live event of the goings on there is now over. So, not exactly sure what that is all about, but I find it very interesting that around the same time we had this over in Paris. Disclosed TV now. Gare du Nord. Railway station in Paris evacuated after a bomb threat. Traffic to and from the station is interrupted. So a bunch of people sitting waiting to get into the old tube, I suppose, but interesting that on the same day that both Paris and DC have something going on, perhaps there's other things at play here, have no idea, but what a coincidence, right? And I'm sure everybody believes in coincidences at this point. Well, aside from that, let's talk about what's going on down around the old border here. Obviously, we just recorded, what was it, 1.7 million, something like that, crossers net. Was it either year to date or end of the fiscal year? I forget which. Just an exorbitant number. And of course, absolutely nothing being done to protect it at this point. We'll touch on that here momentarily. But out of the border report, Mexican foreign minister says migrants being deceived, warns U.S. won't let new caravan through. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen the latest where, what did they say? Something like 95,000 or something like that are now headed this way. Some ridiculously large number. And where are all these people coming from, by the way? Who is putting all these folks up to it? What countries are these folks traversing from? And how is it that they are not, dirty and shoes worn out, clothes worn out? Nope, they're stumbling right across as if they just were handed a new Biden shirt and a new pair of Nikes and a Rolex watch. Right? Says a multitude of Central Americans, Haitians, occupy streets of Huixla. Social media images show families, children sleeping on streets. Really? So down in El Paso, Texas, according to a border report, with children sleeping on the side of roads and families washing up in a river, a Haitian and Central American migrant caravan continues to make its way north from southern Mexico. The 1,000-strong caravan, organized by activist Irineo Mujica on Tuesday, took a day of rest in the town of Huixla, Chiapas, several sources reported. Social media videos show single adults and families with small children enduring rain on the way to the town and spending the night on the street in a crowded church. Caravan left the Mexican city of Tapachula near the Guatemala border on Saturday morning, brushing aside dozens of Mexican National Guard troops manning a roadblock north of the city. Sounds like they must have needed more troops than those supplied if they were so able to easily, quote-unquote, brush them aside. Makes you wonder what sort of blockage they really tried to do. But they've openly stated their goal is to reach the U.S. border. Mexican Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard told reporters the migrants are under the erroneous assumption that the United States will let them pass its border just because they arrive as a group. And what would give us any thought or belief that probably wouldn't happen, especially in this day and age? You know, for the last 8 months, the border has been wide open. Various states like Texas and that have beefed up, throwing their own folks down there because the federal government has abdicated its duty as per the Constitution. It constitutes an invasion, really. It's what it is. We're under attack. I don't know how else to be blunt about it. But this tweet says, out of La Jornada, I guess I can't read that. I didn't look at that before spouting that. I'm not very good in my Spanish. But migrants to Scan Hoya and Huxtla, apparently they're camping out there. It says they're saying, let's go in the caravan. We arrive at the U.S. border and they will let us pass. That is not true, Ebrard said at a news conference in Mexico City. We saw what happened recently with the Haitians at Del Rio, Texas. It was the same thing. Come over, and this time you'll pass. Ebrard said Mexican authorities are monitoring the caravan, but have decided to act with prudence so as not to be accused of using excessive force or violating people's human rights. But perfectly okay to allow the handlers and traffickers and everything else to be paid off behind the scenes. Perfectly okay. I get it. However, we do want to say they are deceiving people. That is true, Ebrard said. The foreign minister said it was unfortunate to see many children walking nonstop for miles next to their parents or relatives in the caravan. Okay, so is that just for a photo op? Was that just for cameras rolling? I mean, what about the rest of the time? How'd they get there? Who's transporting them? By what? Truck, trailer, car, mule, what? So anyway, here's a little video clip. We'll let this play through.
La instrucción del gobierno federal es no detener a los migrantes, aunque hoy el secretario de Relaciones Exteriores, Marcelo Ebrard, les envió un mensaje. Les pidió no dejarse engañar. Considera que la caravana avanza con una idea equivocada, que al llegar a Estados Unidos los dejarán pasar por ir en grupo. Lo que insistió el canciller no es cierto.
Vamos en la caravana, llegamos a Estados Unidos y nos van a dejar pasar. No es cierto. ¿Ya viste lo que pasó? O vimos lo que pasó recientemente con los de México, es lo mismo. Vengan, señoras. Entonces nosotros actuaremos, y así lo determinó pues tanto la Ciudad Nacional de Migración como las diferentes estados que van a participar en esto, con prudencia, con cuidado de la ley y los derechos humanos, pero sí queremos decir que están engañando a las personas. Eso sí.
Encuentra toda la información de Milenio en nuestro canal de YouTube, suscríbete y activa la campanita.
All right, well, there you have it. Whatever the heck he said for the Spanish-speaking folk out in the crowd. Maybe you guys can offer a little bit of a translation, but I think we kind of get the idea out of the article here. Let's see. Yeah, there was another one. Charter boat captain discovers likely saves lives of 25 migrants adrift off of sea or adrift at sea off of San Diego coast. So yeah, there's that guy too. But aside from that, and along those lines, former ICE director says Biden should be impeached over intentionally unsecured border. Says it's by design. It's not incompetence. It's not mismanagement. This is what they want. And he's probably absolutely right. I mean, if you look at the old Cloward Piven tactics, this is exactly what they would do, try to overwhelm the system. And at the end of the day, I think we have a pretty doggone good idea who is funding this behind the scenes. Follow the money, as always, and you'll find who exactly is putting these folks up to it, right? Former acting ICE director Tom Homan blasted Joe Biden Tuesday, accusing he and his administration of intentionally allowing the southern border to become insecure, saying it is being done by design. Appearing on Fox News, Homan declared that within days, America has gone from the most secure border we ever had under President Trump to chaos under Biden. We had illegal immigration down 81%, most secure border in my entire career of 35 years. Most secure border in my lifetime, Homan urged. He continued, and we have a president that came in within days, unsecured the border, and we got a Secretary of Homeland Security that's helping him do that. It's unbelievable what they have done. Yeah, and mind you, this is only 8 months into the residency, right? He intentionally unsecured the border, Homan charged, adding that it is the most unpresidential thing I've ever heard. Him and the secretary should both be impeached. Referring to recent footage of migrants overwhelming Mexican border security forces, Homan noted, if you look at the video, the Mexican government is assisting these caravans to get to the U.S. border. Under President Trump, Mexican government had military on the southern border, military on the northern border. They helped to secure the border. Matter of fact, the Mexican government helped more to secure the border than a Democrat-led Congress did, the former ICE head proclaimed. This has been a complete 180-degree turnaround, and it's by design, Homan blasted, adding, it's not incompetence. It's not mismanagement. This is what they want. And this is why they haven't done one thing, not one thing, to slow the flow.
That's why we bring in Fox News contributor Tom Homan, former acting director of ICE. I think I was a little stunned, actually, looking at the QR code. Tom, the administration has said that they have made it very clear to the migrants saying, do not come. But they are so organized. I don't even know how to make a QR code. And they've got this thing.
Yeah, they'll just tell them. I'm sure they're spreading pamphlets out, right, in all these various languages to say, oh, please don't come. Please don't come. Or is it more like, here's a 3x5 card of the folks that'll be waiting for you on the other side, various lawyers and whatnot that'll tell you exactly what to say. And oh, by the way, you don't have to worry about going to any court cases. Screw that business. That's all for, whatever. Please.
That's how you sign up to get aboard.
The bottom line is, look, we got the first president in history of this nation that came into office within days, intentionally unsecured the most secure border we ever had, Dana. I mean, under President Trump, we had illegal immigration down 81%. Most secure border in my entire career, 35 years. Most secure border in my lifetime. And we have a president that came in within days, unsecured the border. And we got a Secretary of Homeland Security that's helping him do that. It's unbelievable what they have done. And when you unsecure the border, that's when there's no downside in securing the border. It's less drugs, less illegal immigration, less millions made by the cartels, less women sexually assaulted, less women dying, less opioids coming to this country that, they killed 92,000 overdose deaths this year. He intentionally unsecured the border. That is the most unpresidential thing I've ever heard. Him and the secretary should both be impeached. If you look at the video, the Mexican government is assisting these caravans to get to the U.S. border. Under President Trump, Mexican government had military on the southern border, military on the northern border. They helped to secure the border. Matter of fact, the Mexican government helped more to secure the border than the Democratic-led Congress did. And this has been a complete 180 turnaround, and it's by design. It's not incompetence. It's not mismanagement. This is what they want, and this is why they haven't done one thing, not one thing to slow the flow.
Why would this be by design? What would be the ultimate intent? And by the way, you've got the judge's order to remain in Mexico to go into action in November. We assume it will take place. That was one of the big tools you used to keep migrants on the southern side of the border. Go ahead and explain yourself.
The president sold out to the progressive left to win the election, and now he's keeping his promise. And look, they truly believe in their hearts. These are future Democratic voters. They don't even have to vote. All they got to do is be counted in the next census, because President Biden also overturned Trump's census rule. So they think this is going to lead to perpetual power in Congress. It's going to lead to them being in power in Congress for years to come. That's the only reason you'd want an unsecure border. Nobody wants more drugs, more illegal immigration, cartels making millions, women being sexually assaulted, people dying. Under President Trump, the wall and everything he's done, if immigration is down 83%, how many lives were saved? How many millions did the cartels make? How many children didn't die?
I have a thought, too, which is that...
Yeah, we'll break from that there. But nonetheless, I think we get the idea. And frankly, if you look at what Florida has done, like DeSantis, for example, especially after the Haitian flap and the stuff that was going on down in Del Rio, right? I believe he's got it correct, and every other state that is at least a red state ought to follow suit and say, look, if you think you're going to start dropping these folks off around cities, dark at night, 2 a.m. Evening drops, what have you, kind of like how they did in the middle of the night with vote ballots and things of that nature, always when people are sleeping. Don't you find that amazing? But if they start pulling that crap again, then they ought to start holding these folks to account and charging them with human trafficking, because that's exactly what they are doing at this point. They are giving aid and abetting, and more than likely, I'm sure we will likely find those that chase the dollars behind the scenes, that they're taking bribes and kickbacks and everything else from whoever is putting them up to this at this point. I don't care if it's campaign dollars. I don't care if it's feeding into unions, whoever at the end of the day. But that being said, they've got a small problem, don't they? Because look at what is happening with California right now and what's happening in New York. Are people flooding into New York and California, or are they flooding out? What states are people migrating to right now that are freer and open states than the blue states? And so that reliance upon the census, as it were, well, that's going to pose a little bit of a problem. I don't care how many people they try and shove through, because at the end of the day, they're not going to have the bodies to be able to support it, because too many people have already left the states. And who's going to be able to afford them? You can't afford to live in California right now. It's ridiculous. So I think where the rubber hits the road is the various governors of red states, any states, and I do believe that there's some AGs that have filed suit, if I'm not mistaken. They need to ante up, do the same thing as DeSantis, and at the same time, here's how we strengthen this, folks. Take a look at the canvassing that has been going on as part of Arizona's ongoing escapades with the election-related stuff. Right, Liz Harrington, I believe it is, has been going out canvassing neighborhoods and shoring up bodies with addresses. And guess what? They found out that a lot of the addresses that they used from 10 years ago, prior to this last census being part of this, don't exist. Doesn't that kind of expose their fraudulent games and what they plan on doing with any sort of voter fraud and that? What happens if all 50 states decide to do the same thing, get a fired up base of folks in each of the 50 states and say, look, we're going to go through here and do the very same damn thing in our neighborhood and shore this thing up? Now they've got a small problem regardless of how many people they shove across that border, don't they? So that's where you and I come in, right? And I think that's why it's important that we do get involved, especially with this 50-state audit and the effects thereof. All right, enough on that here for the moment. Got sidetracked a little bit here. For those of you guys following Julian Assange, there's been some movement as to what is going on there. I believe that there is a court date coming up here. Julian Assange in court for game changer hearing as U.S. seeks overturn of extradition ban. And that's out of Activist Post here today. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who still languishes in London's high-security Belmarsh prison, will appear in court on Wednesday and Thursday for a key hearing that could prove to be a potential game changer. The court will decide, among other things, whether the U.S. Justice Department's assurances that he won't face cruel confinement in the U.S. should be extradited are convincing enough to overturn a prior ban on extraditing him. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Yeah, we're not gonna, cause any harm or throw him in a hole or anything of that nature. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Catch my drift? This is precisely what the U.S. is seeking to do after gaining an appeal following the January decision of the High Court, which said he'd be facing the American federal prison system strict, harsh confinement, likely to place like ADX Florence Supermax. Ahead of the start of this week's proceedings, WikiLeaks editor-in-chief Kristen Hrafnsson said it would be totally unacceptable and unthinkable for the London court to reverse the prior decision, lifting the extradition ban. It is unthinkable that the High Court will come to any other decision but to uphold the magistrate's court decision. Anything else is totally unacceptable, Hrafnsson said. It would be such a stain on a system in this country that I certainly hope there will be enough pressure and realization of how devastating it would be for this country if somehow the judge comes to the decision of reversing the magistrate's court decision. Also not helping the case of the U.S. prosecutor is a recent devastating Yahoo News investigation exposing details of an alleged CIA plot to either assassinate or kidnap Assange and render him to U.S. soil by force. Both Assange's legal team and his family, especially his fiancée, have lately pointed out that the CIA revelations alone destroy Washington's case and standing. Ms. Morris said, "This is a game changer going into the appeal because it shows the true nature, the true origins, the true criminality of the U.S. actions against Julian, and it completely taints any semblance of legality of this appeal going into it." So I would tend to agree. There are some bad actors in that who obviously wanted to maim Mr. Assange for what he did, right? And especially people that perhaps didn't make it into the presidency back in 2016. Additionally, Stella Morris, who is another of Assange's two sons, believes the clowns have in the past also plotted to kill her. She has at the same time long represented him as part of WikiLeaks' legal team. And here we get old nitwit Garland here. Ahead of the October 27th hearing before the High Court of Justice, here's a guide to the U.S. government's appeal in the extradition case against WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. It's out of the dissenter.org. Kevin Gaztola over on Twitter has that to help follow updates during the United States appeal hearing in the Assange extradition case, which is tomorrow. The following breaks down each of the grounds of appeal approved by the British High Court of Justice. It says, "It felt like we were prey, and because I was the person who was closest to Julian, I felt that I was very clearly a target," she told reporters earlier in London. "I felt that maybe they might beat me up or try to kill me or something to get to Julian because they were desperate to drive him out of the embassy and into Belmarsh prison. If the proceedings go in Assange's favor this week, it's as yet unclear precisely what would come next. But if the court rules against the U.S. side, it would no doubt create huge momentum as a key victory for Assange, potentially making freedom finally within his grasp. But for now, it seems that the strategy of the U.S. and its intelligence allies, including in the UK, remains to try and erect as many legal hurdles and appeals as possible in the way to block his freedom in perpetuity, keeping him in Belmarsh pending a seemingly endless legal process." And so I think that was the article that actually came out yesterday via Zero Hedge. I think that has now since been updated. And I think what I read here this morning as a tag on to this is that they're literally considering sending him down to Australia. Now, I'm scratching my head here for a second and wondering, what the heck is going on with Australia? I mean, if people go back through history, how was Australia founded? What was the true intentions of Australia back in the very, very early days as it was, even if you want to call it settled? And look at it, what it is become now. Is Australia just a prison continent at this point? Is that what they're wanting to return Australia to? I don't know. I just pose the question because, to me, based on the authoritarian lockdowns and measures they've got going on there, they effectively have people in house arrest. And now they say, well, what the heck, we'll just throw one more like Assange down there and call it good, huh? Very, very interesting. Weird times in which we live. Aside from that, so as if the craziness isn't enough, we probably heard about Matt Gaetz, and he had brought up here, what was it, about a week ago, I believe it was, that he had a potential stalker, what have you, and that making threats against him. New York Post has this as man arrested for threatening Rep. Matt Gaetz. And it says a California man was busted for threatening to kill Rep. Matt Gaetz and shoot his children in a profanity-laced phone message to the Florida Republican's office, report said. Eugene Hulsman was arrested last week in the LA area for a January call to Gaetz's office, according to Politico. The indictment was over a January phone call made 3 days after the siege on the U.S. Capitol and was handed down by a grand jury in May, but had been sealed until Hulsman's arrest, according to Fox News. The indictment does not mention Gaetz by name and refers to the target as MG, though he has confirmed he was a target of the threats to Fox and other news agencies. It says, tell MG to watch his back, tell him to watch his children, Hulsman said in a call, according to the indictment, which was obtained by Politico. I'm coming for him. He's gonna effing die. I'm gonna effing kill him. Watch your back. I'm coming for you, he allegedly goes on. I'm going to put a bullet in you, and I'm going to put a bullet in one of your effing kids, too. Huh, what a great guy, huh? Hulsman of Thousand Oaks is apparently a longtime camera operator in TV and film, with work including late nights with Conan O'Brien, according to Politico. He also did work for ABC and, CNN, according to Fox. Gaetz has recently delivered remarks on the House floor saying federal investigators weren't taking threats against him seriously, and he told Politico he believed those statements sparked the arrest. An indictment was issued in May and has now been unsealed the week after my criticism, he reportedly said. If they took our security seriously, they would arrest all of the people who violate federal law and the threats to kill us, not just some of them. I think that the DOJ is biased against Republicans. Gee, you think? I mean, what was the first clue here? Hello, January 6th, anybody? Ring a bell? I mean, we only have political prisoners sitting in D.C. at the moment based on an insurrection that wasn't. Right? Insanity. Yeah. Worked for ABC, NBC, and CNN. So I guess that pretty much guarantees that, one, we probably shouldn't be watching those networks because they're unhinged. And are half crazed, apparently. Doesn't matter if it's who the performers are that are in front of the camera or perhaps even behind the camera at this point. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. So aside from that, back over to Activist Post, serial rapist CIA agent arrested after naked woman seen screaming for help from balcony. Yeah, clowns will be clowns, I guess. Brian Jeffrey Raymond, who has lived in D.C. and San Diego while working for the Central Intelligence Agency, is now on the other side of the law after a naked woman was seen screaming for help from the balcony of his latest residence in Mexico City. According to the FBI, Raymond, 45, pled guilty in July 2021 to 2 counts of sexual abuse in which the victims were incapable of consent, and 1 count of transporting obscene materials. Incapable of consent, meaning they were probably drugged? Guess that's what that would imply. Now, they are seeking more information after images of multiple victims were found on his devices. How nice. The FBI began investigating Raymond in May of 2020 when a naked woman was seen screaming for help from his residence in Mexico City. According to authorities, the woman had no idea how she got to his home and claimed she had no memory after the pair ate dinner together. When searching his devices, the FBI discovered hundreds of images and videos taken over the course of 14 years, from 2006 to 2020. This serial rapist had dozens of victims, and all of them were unconscious during their rapes. Great folks over at the old clown agencies and FBI, aren't they? See a pattern here, by the way? When searching his devices, the FBI discovered hundreds of images and videos taken over the course of 14 years. Yep. This is according to court filings, and some of the 500 images and videos, Raymond can be seen holding open the victim's eyelids, waving their limp arms and legs around, or putting his fingers in their mouths to demonstrate that they are unconscious. When investigators looked into Raymond's online search history, they discovered he had looked for phrases including passed out black girl, deep sleep, Ambien and alcohol and pass out, dissolve, and passed out and carried. The FBI reports the women in the photos and videos experienced memory loss during their time with Raymond and had no knowledge of the photographs, videos, or any physical contact. Raymond resided in the D.C. and San Diego areas, according to the FBI, and he traveled extensively for work and leisure and lived in numerous countries, including Mexico and Peru. Raymond was living in Mexico City and working at the U.S. Embassy from August 2018 until May 2020, when he moved in with his parents after the investigation was launched into his acts. Both the FBI and the clowns refused to elaborate on Raymond's position within the agency, and the clowns only released a canned statement claiming it condemns in the strongest terms the crimes committed by former agency officer Brian Jeffrey Raymond. Given the nature of his job, however, and the travel it entailed, the FBI believes there could be many other victims. Gee, you think? Noah Schechtman says, note, I did not say State Department staffer. Court documents do not specify Raymond's position at the Mexico City Embassy, and there are few traces of him on the internet. You can decide who his real employer is. Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it? Raymond was apparently so addicted to raping unconscious women that, according to court docs, he continued carrying them out, even after he knew he was under investigation. In fact, just days before he was arrested last October, he spent the night with a woman he met online who told cops she believes she had sex with Raymond at least 3 times, but she only has small fragments of memory of the encounters. Court filings stated, as reported by, well, none other than the Daily Beast. So take that for what it's worth. According to the FBI, Raymond is scheduled to be sentenced in the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. on February 7, 2022, following a pre-sentencing evidentiary hearing beginning on January 31st. The FBI and DSS are seeking to obtain information about any additional potential victims prior to sentencing. Some women depicted in the recorded photographs and videos remain unidentified. And it goes on to state, if you believe you're a victim, well, here's where you can call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Yeah, good idea. No, I don't think anybody would be calling the FBI. I think they have their own set of issues and problems that perhaps we should not be trusting all of these 3-letter agencies at this point. Anyway, just last month, the Free Thought Project reported on a similar instance of an official preying on helpless individuals. Before he was arrested, FBI Supervisory Special Agent David Harris, 51, was tasked with investigating crimes against children, including child sexual abuse material, otherwise known as child porn. For years, Harris reportedly investigated countless crimes involving the victimization of children, and for years, his string of victims stretched the span of 3 states, Louisiana, Texas, and Florida. So, there you have it, out of the Free Thought Project here. Sickies, run amok. And they think that they're going to throw non-vaxxed folks into asylums and prison camps, huh? I guess we'll just let the wolves run the hen house. I think not. Well, outside of that, back here stateside, report, desperate McAuliffe caught buying fake news ads. That's out of Red State here today. And of course, this is a pretty hotly contested campaign, as it were, in Virginia. Obviously seen 44 out campaigning for him recently. Seen the likes of Kamala and was it Stacey? What's her name from Florida? boy, her name just totally slipped my mind. Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams all out petitioning and going church to church. And yeah, so all sorts of interesting stuff playing out in Virginia. And it's do or die time, apparently. Clueless Joe Biden was in Virginia on Tuesday, mumbling and stumbling his addled little heart out for Democrat gubernatorial candidate Terry McAuliffe against rival Republican Glenn Youngkin. Except Biden barely mentioned Youngkin's name, choosing instead to continue his TDX fixation with Donald Trump. I guess Trump must be running for governor in Virginia. I don't know, Joe. Says, as we know, Trump ran against and largely ran his presidency against as well the fake news media, principally Clown News and MSNBC, and anyone else who makes up crap about the former president under Terry McAuliffe. As reported by Fox News on Wednesday, a Fox News investigation found that McAuliffe has spent nearly $100,000 advertising fake news websites on Facebook during his flagging campaign. It gets worse. Matt Whitlock on Twitter says this, says, you know what they say, if you're buying actual fake news ads to mislead and misinform, you're clearly very confident in your chances. Congrats to @Terry McAuliffe and campaign for hitting some fun new lows. Whoops. Based on the investigation, Fox was able to report that McAuliffe's advertisements, quote unquote, which have been viewed up to 3.5 million times so far, are hidden on a Facebook page, try to control your shock and amazement, with a name similar to a local news website. The ads link to third-party websites that ostensibly publish local news, but exist solely to promote dumb candidates. Huh. Gee, Zuck, how come you're not going after those fake news sites? Like most political candidates, McAuliffe has a Facebook page under his own name to promote his campaign, but the former governor also uses the aforementioned Facebook page, which blurs the lines between a political campaign and disinformation, as Fox noted. The page, which was quietly launched by McAuliffe in June, is called The Download VA. While the name of the page sounds similar to that of a news organization, it has not published any posts or photos, and only 67 people had liked the page as of the Fox News report. Terry McAuliffe, you've been outed, Skippy. Whoops. Here's more from Fox News. Instead of liking or participating on the page, most voters who have encountered the download have done so through paid advertising. The ads do not appear on the page itself, but can be obtained through a Facebook ad library report, a tool used by journos and researchers. The McAuliffe campaign has spent $471,044 on ads distributed by this page since June. With several ads running at the time of publication, that number is likely to rise before Election Day. The advertisements generally contain a comment and a link to a mainstream news article that covers the campaign favorably. But sprinkled among the links to legitimate media are 7 separate advertisements and dozens of variations that promote websites widely considered to be fake news. No, why, I never. Ed Morrissey says this. This paint McAuliffe as a sleazy candidate willing to traffic in falsehoods in order to win an election. But we knew that already, no? Too fun to check. Is McAuliffe hoodwinking voters with fake news websites? Asking for a friend. In a July ad, the download wrote about McAuliffe's views on small businesses. The ad included a link to an article published by a third-party website called the Virginia Dogwood. The Dogwood bills itself as a local news website, noted Fox, with daily articles about local issues in Virginia, dedicated sections for key topics, and a newsletter to give Virginians all the news you need. The Dogwood says, lies, on a page describing its publication that it delivers credible, fact-based reporting. In an October 19th article titled, Partisan Sites Posing as Local News Expand Ahead of Election, In the Wall Street Journal, the WSJ reported that as local news outlets suffer cuts, political donors see a way to influence election coverage, including pushing fake news and once again proving Donald Trump right. The Wall Street Journal cited multi-billionaire Democrat donor George Soros and LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman as two examples. Even left-leaning Axios reported Tuesday that the newsroom is owned by influential Dem Tara McGowan's Good Information Project, which is backed by many of the same investors. In another October article, propaganda piece, the download wrote that Youngkin has a very concerning policy on COVID vaccination and included a link to an article published by a third-party website called The American Independent. According to Fox, The Independent is also designed to look like a news website. In an About section, the website says it is a platform for progressive news and elaborates that it reports with honesty and integrity, shining a light on those in power and the progressive politics movement, suggesting to readers that it offers an objective assessment of the movement. The website says it is funded by the American Bridge 21st Century Foundation, although it does not disclose how much of its funding comes from the foundation, but it is the only investor listed on its company page. McAuliffe early on was widely expected to run away from Youngkin, or so most pundits thought, but is instead locked in a tight race with Youngkin, with the race appearing up for grabs with just 5 days before go time. According to The Independent, reported Fox News, the foundation is on a mission to compare and contrast progressive and conservative solutions. Au contraire, it is actually a well-known liberal dark money organization founded by sleazy David Barak, a wealthy and influential Dem donor who is also a close ally of the Clinton family. Brock's group spent $59.7 million to oppose Republican candidates in the 2020 election cycle, according to the campaign finance tracking organization Open Secrets. So I think we get the idea here. Sleazy, McAuliffe, and of course, we'll have to see in about 5 days here whether or not Virginians decide correctly on which way they want their state to go. But obviously, there are some pretty large implications. Obviously, some reports out. I was reading something yesterday that if McAuliffe gets in, he might as well kiss the Second Amendment goodbye. And aside from that, I'm sure that they're going to try and pull some shady crap like what we just heard Murphy spell out yesterday per Project Veritas, that, they're not going to openly announce while on the campaign trail that they want vax mandates and vax passports and things of that nature. No, they'll hoodwink you, tell you what you want to hear before to buy your votes, and then turn around, bend you over, and you know what else afterwards, and say, well, here it is. Didn't we just see Newsom do the same damn thing per the recall election in California? Do you honestly think that McAuliffe wouldn't pull some similar playbook? Absolutely. Ridiculousness, right? So, over to Joe here. Interesting article out of a Powerline blog. The Madness of King Joe, or at least in his mind anyway. Democratic orthodoxy is inconsistent with the preservation of the United States or even of civilized society. As for destruction of the United States, consider the erasure of our southern border that the Biden admin has promoted. As for the destruction of civilized society, consider the news broken by Joe Simonson in his Free Beacon story, White House Gender Equity Plan Calls for Elimination of Cash Bail. Simonson quotes the 42-page report issued by the White House Gender Policy Council, titled National Strategy on Gender Equity and Equality. The White House fact sheet on the report is posted here. The Biden-Harris admin, or the Harris-Biden admin, is proud of that report. According to the report, we'll work to end cash bail and reform our pretrial system, recognizing the harm these processes cause. particularly for Black women and families. Simonson's quote is at page 25 of the report in the section Promote Gender Equity and Fairness in Justice and Immigration Systems. Minnesota, by the way, has no system other than cash bail to protect the public from criminals before trial. Without cash bail, Alexis Saborit, the illegal immigrant who beheaded America Mafara Tayer, would likely be out pounding the pavement in the leafy Twin Cities suburb of Shakopee or thereabouts. I summarize the case as I understand it in From the Saborit File, Restatement. The White House report merits a close reading. The administration's support of illegal immigration is reflected in the section of the report from which Simonson quotes. They believe in it. They promote it. They think it is a good thing for us to pay for government-funded services to illegal immigrants. They want to facilitate such funding. The 42-page report is prefaced by a 2-page letter from the president and vice president. So the report comes under the auspices of the White House. They believe, unfortunately. So very interesting. And of course, this comes out on the heels of perhaps in recent days, you may have seen Chase Bowden over in San Francisco, Oakland area, obviously looking to be recalled yet a second time. And of course, linking this to, say, some of the crime stats and things going on in California. Obviously, we see that now that they lifted, petty crimes of thefts under $950, things of that nature. Guess what happened? Well, if they're not going to prosecute said crimes, people are just lifting stuff left and right to the point where, I don't know, I've already lost track of how many Walgreens and CVS's and things of that nature have actually closed up shop and moved out of town because they refuse to enforce it. And basically the people, police force, and various other lawyers and that have said, enough, we're done with this crap. And so, unfortunately, people, we need to wise up as to who we're putting in place as DAs and things of that nature, Chase Bowden's included, that are funded by Soros, that lead to all this crap. Time to wise up. Outside of that, still over to red state here. The progressives flail wildly after Nancy Pelosi signals she's ready to cave to Joe Manchin. And of course, here today, I don't know if you've watched what's been playing out on the Hill. Obviously, this $3.5 trillion boondoggle that both Manchin and Sinema have been staunchly against. They've been holding out on various portions and pieces till they get their way. Idiots on the Senate decide, we got a grand idea here. Let's tax investors based on unrealized gains. Yeah, that's a good idea. That ought to help pay for our $1 trillion escapades, right? So basically, they had put forward this portion of a bill, and I think it was Wyken, that put this forward. Brilliant idea. Yeah, this dude must be a genius. Decides that, this is only really going to affect, 200, 500, 700 billionaires, something like that, some ridiculous amount. So basically tax the rich and, on unrealized gains. So in the event, after 3 years of this business and, unrealized gains, meaning you haven't cashed out per se, what happens if the stock market goes the other way and you lose all these gains per se? They're only on paper. They're unrealized. Oh, no word on that. But hey, those potential gains, that's what we really want. We're going to tax you on that. We're going to collect a few billion here on this $1 trillion package. It's only a drop in a frickin' bucket. So anyway, this is playing out on the Hill here today. It says, while the chances of a deal before month's end are slim, Joe Manchin may have finally bent Nancy Pelosi to his will. The House Majority Leader had formally promised to connect the infrastructure deal and the bill containing Joe Biden's Build Back Better agenda. Says, at the time, I opined that it was a major blunder, essentially setting her party up to fail because the progressives simply did not have the leverage to enforce such a move. In the end, that was correct. Now, Pelosi is signaling she's ready to cave, allowing the infrastructure bill to be passed before any vote on reconciliation. In fact, she's willing to do that with only a framework in place for the latter. Gee, where have we heard that before? Didn't they try and do that with the Affordable Care Act? Oh, you remember how that all went down? Everybody, of course, remembers Pelosi coming across and saying, oh, we got to pass it in order to find out what's in it. And of course, it took some time for people to catch up what a boondoggle this thing was. But if you recall, they couldn't get it done under the present tense of how they wrote it up. And of course, they had to reconcile back and forth, House and the Senate. They hollowed out a bill that had already been passed by the Senate, hollowed it out, gutted it, superimplanted everything that they wanted into said bill, and then went through. And that's where the whole flap, if you remember, for the ACA started and says, well, any sort of spending bills cannot start in the Senate. And so the thing should have been unconstitutional from the start. And nobody ever really pressed them on that. So it makes you wonder if they're not going to try and do something similar here. Manu Raju says, new. After meetings with Jayapal, Pelosi pushed back on progressives' demand that larger bill must pass House first before they agree to vote for infrastructure. Told that Jayapal said that a framework agreement isn't enough to vote for infra, Pelosi told me. I think it is.
You're not sure then yet whether it's feasible.
Well, we haven't seen it. How can we say? Have you seen it?
Speaker Pelosi, Congresswoman Jayapal just said that a framework agreement is not enough to vote for the bill.
Well, I think it is. Thank you all.
Yeah. I wonder what she's got inside that mask. I wonder if she's got some vodka vapors and that in there to inhale as she walks the halls. Just a thought. In any case, that move follows on the heels of Pelosi's second in command, Steny Hoyer, admitting that any further delay in the infrastructure vote does nothing to help Dems pass their agenda. Pelosi's concession is significant and shows that her party's leadership has realized they overplayed their hand. Unfortunately for Joe Biden, but very fortunately for the rest of the country, the progressives' wing still hasn't gotten the message. Pramila Jayapal continues to strut around like she hasn't any actual negotiation power when the other side, namely Joe Manchin, is willing to settle for nothing passing. Idiot. Anyway, Manu Raju says a bit of a game of chicken now between the speaker and leader of the Progressive Caucus. I asked Jayapal if she would vote no on infrastructure if there's only a framework agreement on larger bill. At this point, there are dozens of our members who are in that place, she said. On whether there are still more than half of her caucus who hold this position, Jayapal said, I haven't made my way all the way around the list. That's what I'm doing, but I would say we have several dozen. Well, if Jayapal truly has the numbers to stop the infrastructure bill, she'd be nuking some of her own party's priorities in order to chase a fantasy that is never going to come to fruition. Republicans would be perfectly fine with that, but that doesn't negate how politically dumb it is. Mind you, this is the dumb party we're talking about here. And frankly, the longer that they have infighting, the better off we, the people, are. I'd be just as fine not having a damn thing pass through them. Works for me. Cori Bush, perhaps the most radical member of the House, and that's saying something, confirms she is in agreement with Jayapal. That probably means the rest of the squad is as well, which would be enough to kill the bill via a party line vote. But that assumes that Republicans don't step in and ensure its passage by crossing party lines. That's a very real possibility if the vote ends up close, especially as some of the more squishy GOP members have shown a penchant lately for throwing the Dems a bone. Perhaps they think they can't win in 2022 without saying they passed something. Who knows? Regardless, that means the progressives may not even have the power to stop Pelosi from giving in. You can expect their wild flailing to continue, though, right down to the last minute. Well, and then, of course, we have to be a little bit leery and cognizant of the fact that perhaps the Republicans may actually help the Dems get this done due to their ignorance, malfeasance, whatever the heck it is you want to call it. I mean, we just watched McConnell bend the knee here in order to move the goalposts, as it were, for the debt ceiling and that to December 3rd. But I'm not going to do it again. Oh, no. What do they stand to gain by doing that? Exactly. None of these yellow-belly cowards are doing a damn thing by way of any sort of auditing or any sort of election integrity stuff around various states. No, they're perfectly fine and content doing whatever it is that they do and thinking they're going to ride the coattails of the socialists, the Marxists, the communists. And I guess they'll just be happy to catch a few scraps off the table. And that's why they need to go. All right, well, outside of that, Trump back in the news. Florida federal judge says Trump's former status as a U.S. president doesn't exempt him from Twitter's terms of service. And if you remember right, Trump had filed suit, I believe, down in Florida, trying to get reinstated on Twitter. And I think similar measures by way of Facebook as well, but this one's highlighting Twitter, at least for now. Twitter's a sort of a Business Insider over on Yahoo News. Twitter's terms of service apply to former President Donald Trump, a Florida federal judge said. Trump is suing Twitter and its CEO over the suspension of his account on January 7th. Twitter's terms of service require the lawsuit to be moved to California, but Trump's attorney says he's exempt. So on Tuesday, a Florida federal judge ruled that former President Donald Trump's status as a U.S. president doesn't exclude him from Twitter's terms of service, court docs seen by Insider showed. In July, Trump filed a lawsuit in Florida against Twitter and its CEO over the permanent suspension of his account on January 7th, a day after the Capitol siege. The suspension was made on the grounds of Trump inciting violence through the platform, Twitter said at the time. Yep. Has that been proven in a court of law that there was indeed actual incitement? I mean, they rushed through another quick and dirty impeachment, sham impeachment, I should say, immediately thereafter, and was vindicated, obviously. So again, that term, inciting violence on the platform, has no merit. The former president cited censorship concerns in his lawsuit, saying that social media giants such as Facebook, Twitter, and Google were silencing conservative voices and were being coerced by Dem lawmakers. On Tuesday, Florida District Judge Robert N. Scola Jr. granted Twitter's motion to transfer the case to the Northern District of California, as required by a clause in the social media company's user agreement, which all Twitter users sign. Aha. Now you see how they get away with that, right? Move it to Silicon Valley, where we have our district of judges that we've bought off. We'll have favor granted us. And we have basically the equivalent of immunity, right? Kind of like Big Pharma, in essence. They've cornered the market for themselves. Trump's attorneys said he was exempt from the clause because he was the sitting president at the time of his account suspension, and that it was in the public's interest to keep the case in Florida. They failed to convince Scola. The court finds that Trump's status as president of the U.S. does not exclude him from the requirements of the forum selection clause in Twitter's terms of service, he said. Trump resides with his wife Melania and their son Barron at the Mar-a-Lago Resort in Palm Beach, Florida. Apart from suing Twitter, Trump has also launched legal actions against Facebook and Google and their CEOs for barring him from their social media platforms. And my guess is they probably have similar clauses built in for favorability. You know, this is Silicon Valley after all. How dare you try and come up against the behemoths there, little peon. I mean, that's essentially what they think. But the one thing that I find interesting about that, the terms of service, right? We agree to it. when we sign onto these platforms? What is this highlighting? What stands out to you guys as part of this? Contracts are king. Contract law still has merit in this country. Even if it is digital in design and on these platforms and that we jump on knowingly, willingly, don't read the fine print, all that stuff that we agree to just so we can have access to said platforms to socialize, right? They're standing up and putting the contract forward and saying, no, you agreed to this. So that's what I find interesting as a takeaway out of all this. Contract is still king. And who should know that better than Trump at this point? You honestly believe that he probably isn't going to build similar measures into his new Truth Social platform as he goes forward? Beat them at their own game, right? All right. So aside from that, top of the hour here. Let's see. We'll keep banging it out here. Baldwin in the news, obviously, with the shenanigans that took place down in New Mexico recently. AmmoLand has this, says, Baldwin shooting, a calamity of preventable gun safety errors. Absolutely. So what happened on the Alec Baldwin Western movie Rust set is a tragedy and could only occur through negligence. Last week, during the filming of the Western movie Rust in Santa Fe, New Mexico, actor and executive producer Alec Baldwin accidentally shot director Joel Souza and killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Hutchins was a talented filmmaker, former investigative journalist, and mother. She was 42. The lack of safety on the set was so much of a concern that the crew of Rust quit in protest over the conditions. The producers, including executive producer Alec Baldwin, allegedly cut corners to save money. After the crew left, Baldwin hired a local replacement crew and moved forward with the production as if nothing ever happened. Some of the safety concerns involved 2 separate accidental discharges of firearms in the days before the fatal shooting. According to famed movie armor Larry Zenoff, live ammunition should never be on a movie set. Zanoff has served as the armor for the movies of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the upcoming Matrix movie, and the Bad Boys movie series. The 24-year-old armor, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, oversaw all the firearms on the set. She is the daughter of longtime film industry armor Tel Reed. Tel Reed is a legend in the film world and specializes in westerns. Industry insiders call Gutierrez-Reed inexperienced. One person in the industry wondered if Gutierrez-Reed moved up in the industry so fast because of her father. Gutierrez-Reed has been subject to criticism for her firearms handling in the past. According to the Daily Beast, she is inexperienced and green. Sources on her last movie, The Old Way, claim that she was a bit careless with the guns, waving it around every now and again. Before it was properly checked, she allegedly handed an unchecked gun to an 11-year-old actress, Ryan Kira Armstrong. Production had to be temporarily stopped because of the mistake. Another point of concern with the filming of Rust was the chain of custody of the firearm in question. The gun was handed to Baldwin by Assistant Director Dave Halls. The Assistant Director told Baldwin that the revolver was cold, meaning that it was unloaded. Baldwin didn't check the gun for himself. According to Zanoff, during the filming of a movie, the only people that should touch the firearm is the armorer and the actor. The armorer is responsible for the chain of custody, Zanoff told AmmoLand News. Only the armorer and the actor should be touching the firearm. Halls also has had safety complaints against him dating back to 2019. During the filming of the Hulu series Into the Dark, he did not hold the required safety meetings and did not announce when a firearm was on set as required by the protocol. He also wanted to film pyrotechnics without the required standby medical personnel. I told him they are free to film whatever they want, but that there would be no fire or sparks, etc., until the medic fire safety officer, and all of my crewmates were safely back on set, pyrotechnician Maggie Gold told CNN. Baldwin is the executive producer of Rust. He is responsible for all actions on the set. He could be found negligent, especially because he didn't check the gun and did not handle the previous incidents of the lack of firearm safety on the set. Legal experts Ameland News consulted said that Baldwin and Gutierrez Reed could be charged with manslaughter. The legal experts believe that a civil suit against everyone involved and the production company will be coming soon. And this incident shows that gun safety needs to be practiced even with prop guns on movie sets. Obviously. So, that being said, another piece along those lines over John Solomon's Just the News. New Mexico authorities to present findings in fatal Rust movie set shooting. So I don't know if that means necessarily that the investigation is concluded. They've gathered all the evidence, what all that means, or it's just an update as to what they know now. But Santa Fe Sheriff District Attorney will brief media Wednesday following last week's fatal on-set incident. Investigators will hold a news conference Wednesday to share initial findings in the fatal Rust movie set shooting last week in New Mexico. The October 21st incident involved actor Alec Baldwin firing a prop gun that killed the film's 42-year-old cinematographer Helena Hutchins and injured director Joel Souza. The press conference will be led by Santa Fe County Sheriff Adam Mendoza and District Attorney Mary Carmack Altweiss. It will be the first set of detailed public comments from law enforcement about the shooting. Court records indicate that the film's assistant director, Dave Halls, grabbed the prop gun from a cart, handed it to Baldwin, and yelled, "Cold gun," meaning the weapon was safe. However, according to an affidavit written by a detective, the weapon was loaded with live rounds. Concerns about Hall's safety record have previously been raised by colleagues on at least 2 productions. Carmack Altweiss has said that the investigation remains in its infancy and the department is far off from any decisions about whether to file criminal charges. She also said those involved in the production have been cooperative with law enforcement and that prosecutors will not fully review evidence until the sheriff's office completes its initial investigation. Following the fatal event, reports of workplace issues on the set of Rust have begun trickling out, including a walk-off by several members of the crew just hours before the shooting. Members of the camera crew were dissatisfied with working conditions on set, including safety procedures. No criminal charges have yet been filed and appears unlikely that Baldwin, 63, will face any in his role as an actor. However, in his role as a producer for the film, he joins a list of associates who may face some degree of liability for what he has called a tragic accident. So apparently there is some PR event, I suppose, here today. We'll have to see what comes of that at this point. I think this was out, let's see what time that came out this morning, 7:54 a.m. So who knows what time that's supposed to take place here today. But we'll have to keep an eye on it as this thing unfolds. All sorts of funny business involved with that. Have you guys been following that at all? Hollywood distraction will work out for Patriots. Yeah, it's possible. But yeah, it's interesting in that so many anomalies have played out. Why did this gal that was the armor, the daughter of a relatively famous armor, I suppose, on set, why did she have to delete her social media pages? What was there to that? And then I also hear some reports that apparently they were doing some shooting in that offset. They were doing some target practice nearby or something along those lines as well. So all sorts of funny business tied to that, I suppose. But all right, well, let's see here. Let's carry on with it. And we get this number. Oop, where'd I go? Soros in the news. Out of Western Journal here, George Soros announces new venture that will have a huge impact on local news outlets. As if we don't have enough problems. And of course, again, citing the $3.5 trillion infrastructure bill that is anything but infrastructure other than crony handouts. We know that Pelosi and company would be handing some bailouts to all the major media. But now this little venture plays out. It says a new group has been formed to fight against what it calls disinformation, using a model one activist said would erode the public's trust in media. A new public benefit corporation backed by far-left billionaires, including George Soros and Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn, will do battle with the forces of any opinions it does not like under the banner of Good Information, Inc., Axios reported Tuesday. Remember that one, Good Information, Inc. The outfit aims to fund and scale businesses that cut through the echo chambers with fact-based information and will invest in local news outlets. Axios did not disclose what form such investments might take, but said it could mean funding a new or existing companies that boost news from existing news outlets. The group will be led by Tara McGowan, who has worked as a Dem strategist and headed a progressive nonprofit called Acronym. The information crisis we're in is so much bigger than politics, McGowan said. Good Information, Inc. will acquire Courier Newsroom from Acronym as part of its effort to wade into local news. Courier comes with a troubling past. Fox News has described the company as a far-left website that has managed to drive liberal messaging in key states online and on social media, with piles of cash and no financial disclosure. Calling Courier a left-wing dark money operation, Fox reported that its alleged news stories often appear to be little more than Dem Party talking points. Former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt, the outside counsel for Americans for Public Trust, said the group was not a healthy addition to the media universe. Gee, you think? As if our local media, or even the mockingbird media, as it were, are healthy. Who's watching them these days anyway? Anybody? Other than YouTube and folks pushing them to the top of what to watch via their algos. I think it's an unprecedented political news organization. While there are complaints of media bias, fake news, no media outlet is doing what Courier Newsroom is, Laxalt said. They were stood up by a large left-of-center political world, and they appear to be directly engaged in political persuasion. The former state AG added that ventures like Courier have the potential to erode the public's trust in media. Who says there's any trust left? Anybody? Are these guys not prone to seeing these polls at all? Do they not accept reality for what it is and find that most of the public does not trust the media, politicians, or otherwise? It's in the tank. A report in Salon said the company has set up what appears to be local news sites, but are actually propaganda efforts aimed at creating content to be shared on social media to boost moderate Dems. A purely political site that pretends to be news is super opaque to the consumer, said Kelly McBride, chair of the Poynter Institute's Craig Newmark Center for Ethics and Leadership, according to Politico. When you click on Vox or some other news website that has a liberal bent to it, still it was created with the idea of pushing out news for the sake of a business model. In this case, the very purpose for this site to exist is different, McBride said last year. The Advisory Committee for Good Information, Inc. includes former White House Communications Director Dan Pfeiffer, Civic Signal founder Eli Pariser, Check My Ads co-founder Nandini Jami, former Chicago Tribune and Chicago Sun-Times editor Mark Jacob, Accountable Tech co-founder Nicole Gill, and others. So there you have it. What a dandy bunch of folks they've assembled for Good Information, Inc. Yep, remember that one. Soros-backed money yet again. When are they going to shut him down? When are they going to shut off the spigot of his money? Anybody? All right. Well, aside from that, start to get into some of the other fun stuff pertaining to the other favorite topic of COVID here. But I thought this was pretty good. Yesterday, this come out talking about the NIH director that is stepping down. And surprisingly, a lot of people were flummoxed to see that CNN actually did a semi-respectable job on this. So Becker News Highlights says, stop what you're doing and watch a CNN journalist grill the NIH director on the Wuhan lab funding. NIH Director Francis Collins, who is expected to soon retire, was subjected to a refreshing series of tough questions by a CNN journo. Pamela Brown's grilling of the NIH director over the oversight failure that led to its grant to EcoHealth Alliance being used for risky research is absolutely worth watching in full. So I think we will. I'll probably have to stop periodically throughout this, but let's see. We'll let a little of this play through, I suppose.
I want to continue our conversation with Dr. Francis Collins, the director of the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Collins, I want to talk about what has been making some headlines in the last few days and what appears to be a major shift. The NIH now admits to funding risky research in the Wuhan lab years ago through EcoHealth Alliance, but just found out about this in August of this year.
I guess before we go too deep into this, it's not like we just found out about this in August. Mind you, we've been keyed in on this from the very beginning. It's just that the censorship lords at the big tech platforms have done a very good job of preventing folks from actually seeing this. And it's, the Mockingbird media playing catch up as usual.
Is saying in a letter to Congress it was done in a limited experiment and that the mice became sicker with one type of a bat coronavirus compared to another type. In May, this is what Dr. Anthony Fauci declared.
The NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
Do they fund Dr. Barrick?
Dr. Collins, how could he say that when you're just now finding out that U.S. tax dollars were being used to pay for this risky research in that Wuhan lab 2 years ago? If you didn't know about what was going on, what else do you not know about?
So before he answers that, obviously going back to Fauci's exchange with Rand Paul, obviously we've since found out that Fauci Kiss has just flat out lied. Obviously we know behind the scenes through the I think it was Vanity Fair that did the big piece in that pretty well broke this thing open with EcoHealth Alliance. And so now we're about to find out whether or not Fauci's boss does indeed know what the hell is going on.
So I'm glad you're asking, because this really needs to be clarified. Part of the confusion here, Pam, is this term gain of function. In common scientific parlance, gain of function involves all kinds of experiments where you're trying to understand the function of a particular biological cell. For instance, cancer immunotherapy, where we're trying to give people with cancer a chance to fight off their cancer by
I just want to be clear. Sorry, Dr. Collins, I do want to interrupt because I want to be clear. I don't need to get into the nitty gritty about gain of function. This is to say, and I know it's manipulating a virus to make it more pathogenic, but this is to say that grant money was given to EcoHealth Alliance that was then conducting research in the Wuhan lab, and EcoHealth Alliance violated the terms of its contract by not immediately notifying the NIH of this risky research it was doing. You're just now finding out. So the question is, how can you know what this money is going toward, what kind of research this is going toward in places like the Wuhan lab if you're just now finding this out?
Yeah, again, she's trying to corner him on, obviously, what did he know and when? And of course, if you're a director of anything, who is the final sign-off on budgetary things of that nature? Usually in a corporation, the directors have some sort of know as to where the dollars are going, and they probably get some nice handy-dandy reports on, well, if not a monthly basis, perhaps a quarterly basis. So to say that this guy just now is finding out about this is a bunch of malarkey. And I don't know if she is painting it in that case to try and corner him, or if indeed she is just playing semi-ignorant here.
From EcoHealth Alliance, how the U.S. taxpayer dollars was being used.
Well, EcoHealth did violate the terms of their grant award, but I want to make it really clear, Pam. That's why I started explaining what this term gain of function means. Yes, they did some things they should have told us about, but they did not do the kind of gain of function research that requires special high-level oversight. That's where the confusion arises. Yeah, they've messed up. We are going to hold them accountable. They sent us a progress report 2 years late that they should have sent a while ago, and it had information in it that they should have told us about. But let me be clear, this was in no way connected with the advent of SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. And anybody who tries to...
And we're not saying that.
Okay, good. Okay.
And we are not. We want to be clear to our viewers, there is no allegation here, from what we know, that the virus used in this experiment 2 years ago in the Wuhan lab is in any way connected to COVID-19.
And that's kind of a ridiculous assertion, because I think we have already found out since that, oh, yeah, there is. And so, again, whether or not they're trying to actually gaslight the audience into believing that, well, you be the judge.
But what it does show is that there was risky research being conducted in that lab with U.S. taxpayer dollars that the NIH was unaware of and is just now finding out. So it raises the question of what other risky experiments could be going on with taxpayer funding that you don't know about. Does that concern you?
It does. I think in this instance, the particular grantee, which is EcoHealth Alliance, failed to follow the terms of their grant award that they should have followed, and they're in some trouble as a result of that. We ask all of our grantees to give us regular progress reports telling us the details of what they're doing, and of course they then publish their results. I don't think this is indication that there's a broad range of this kind of difficulty going on, but this particular grantee is in trouble for not having been completely open and transparent about the work they were doing, and we are very much following up on that. And
very much following up on that. Didn't we have pictures of 44 and Fauci over in China from back when 44 was still president? I'm just asking for a friend here, but seems to me that there would be a body of evidence proving otherwise, that, oh, we're just playing catch up, or, oh, we didn't have this report for 2 years, or we didn't really follow the funding, and blah, blah, blah. Please.
And I guarantee you that will not be ignored.
And I know you have asked for them to share more documents, which I believe the deadline is tomorrow. But isn't this also an oversight failure of the NIH? Because the NIH is responsible for taking taxpayer money and giving these grants. So would you say that this is also an oversight failure?
So I'll get into a little bit of the weeds here. The way that Congress gives our authorities, we are able to require performance by the grantee, which is EcoHealth Alliance. They had a subaward to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We are not permitted to have direct interaction with the subaward. That had to come from EcoHealth. That needs to be changed. We are actually interested in asking the Congress to change that. And we're also looking closely at circumstances where progress reports are delayed to see what should be done in that space that perhaps in this instance was not done. So yes, it's a learning experience for sure.
Why should Americans funding
a learning experience for sure is what he says, huh? That's interesting. So basically, Congress apportions the money to the bureaucrats known as the NIH. The NIH subs this out and finds a contractor to do said work at said lab. But when it comes to actual, holding them to account, no, that isn't us exactly. No, that's we got to look back to Congress and give us direction on that. But that's a learning experience, huh? Let me see if I can find where we're at here.
Intended to support in terms of the research on these bad coronaviruses. And the vast majority of what they did was exactly what we had given them permission to do. In this one instance, they failed to report the results of an experiment that they should have told us about immediately. Frankly, it's not an experiment that we think has a huge impact on any of the work that was done, but they missed the opportunity to be completely responsive as they should have been. So please relax here. This is not a circumstance where I think you could say there was a major failure that put human lives at risk.
It's almost too bad that she didn't ask him, and I'm presuming she doesn't. But obviously, this is centric to the Wuhan Institute of Virology business. But where in the NIH are there things that would request people to do experiments on beagles or things of that nature, or perhaps taking scalps off of aborted fetuses and attaching them to mice? Where exactly is that? I'm just asking here.
A mess up in terms of their being responsive to the requirements they should have followed.
And I understand. I just, for transparency purposes, I think this does raise those questions. Again, no connection between that and COVID-19, and we want to be really clear with our viewers about that. But it certainly raises questions about transparency and oversight by the NIH of where this grant money goes. And I know it's convoluted, as you point out, but it does raise the question too: will the NIH now pull funding from EcoHealth Alliance? I believe the contract is through 2025, and have they handed over those documents you're looking for?
That grant has been suspended, actually, since last year. They are not receiving funding going to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We lifted that support almost a year ago.
Partial truth right there, because I believe that did actually take place underneath Trump. However, I think there's some documentation. I believe it was in the Vanity Fair piece that came out here a couple months ago, which I did cover, by the way, that said otherwise. And I think that the funds had actually been reinstated by Fauci, Kiss and Company.
And yes, we are looking carefully to see what they put forward in terms of any other unpublished data that they hadn't told us about. That deadline is tomorrow. We're going to be tough about this.
And you're going to, and just make sure you'll let the show know as well if anything comes out. You will be transparent with anything else that comes out.
Absolutely, Pam. I promise you that. We want to be completely transparent about that. The last thing that needs to happen right now is any sense that we're not revealing everything that we know. And I think there's been a lot of concern, and I understand that. And I guess this is a sensitive area, but we want to be completely clear about what we know and what we've been able to do to respond to the fact that this particular grantee didn't live up to their expectations.
Just so long as it all comes out right after the day I retire and walk out the door. Yep, we'll be perfectly transparent for the next director of the NIH. I think that's what he really means to say. Says, you're just now finding out U.S. tax dollars are being used to pay for this risky research in that Wuhan lab 2 years ago, Brown said. So the question is, how can you know what this money is going toward? What kind of research this is going toward in places like the Wuhan lab? If you're just now finding out this from EcoHealth Alliance, how the U.S. taxpayers' dollars are being used. Really? They have no clue what the heck they're funneling dollars to, do they? Sorry, not buying it. Everyone should watch this Pamela Brown interview with outgoing NIH Director Francis Collins. Blah, blah, blah. I think we saw what came of that. Brown repeatedly presses Collins to explain how NIH could not know for 2 years that its own contractor, EcoHealth NYC, had done research making bat coronaviruses more infectious to humans, and Collins uses every rhetoric trick to disassemble and distract. I'll explain. Fauci claimed no gain-of-function research was being funded in Wuhan. Brown to Collins, how could Fauci say that when you were just now finding out the U.S. taxpayer dollars were being used to pay for this risky research in that Wuhan lab 2 years ago? Good question. Collins tries to go down a rabbit hole, semantic debate about the definition of gain of function. This is his usual filibuster tactic. But Brown stops him and asks the direct question again. Brown, EcoHealth Alliance violated the terms of its contract. So the question is, how can you know what this money is going toward in places like the Wuhan lab if you are just now finding out this from the EcoHealth Alliance? How the U.S. taxpayer dollars are being used? Exactly. Collins acknowledges EcoHealth violated its contract, but then says, weirdly, yes, they did some things they should have told us about, but they did not do the kind of gain-of-function research that requires special high-level oversight. WTAF? The whole point of the NIH letter to Congress was that if EcoHealth had reported its research results, it would have triggered the extra high-level oversight? Why is Collins pretending he knows they would have been exempt from that? Good question. Then Collins constructs and attacks a straw man by saying this was in no way connected with the advent of SARS-CoV-2. Brown points out that he's refuting an assertion nobody made. She steers the interview back to the issue at hand. Why didn't the NIH know what they were funding? Brown, there was risky research being conducted in that lab with U.S. taxpayer dollars that NIH was unaware of and is just now finding out. So, it raises a question of what other risky experiments could be going on with U.S. taxpayer funding that you don't know about. Precisely. Collins responds he doesn't think this kind of lax reporting is widespread. This particular grantee is in trouble for not being completely transparent about the work they were doing, and we are very much following up on that. No specifics. Brown presses Collins again to acknowledge NIH has some responsibility for not knowing it was funding this research. Isn't this also an oversight failure of the NIH? Because the NIH is responsible for taking taxpayer money and giving those grants? Well, duh, of course it is. Anyway, I think we get the idea. That's about enough of this nonsense. And in any case, moving along, Army Times says 3 people given accidental COVID-19 vaccines at JBLM. This out of Army Times here. Says the Army is currently investigating how 3 people were accidentally given COVID-19 vaccines at the Lewis Main Exchange at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Tacoma, Washington. Joint Base Lewis McChord is aware 3 people were inadvertently administered the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine instead of another vaccine at the Lewis Main Exchange. Colonel Joy Sullinger with I-Corps Public Affairs said in an email to Military Times. The Army did not release the identities of the persons involved. Positive corrective action has been taken at this vaccination site to prevent such errors from happening again, Sullinger added. Army medical professionals are notifying and ensuring the health and welfare of those affected. This incident is under investigation. Joint Base Lewis McChord is home to I-Corps and 62nd Airlift Wing. Meme account Terminal CWO first shared this information on Twitter October 26, but has not cited a source where it obtained this information. Representatives of the account did not immediately comment about where they obtained the info. As of October 21st, the Defense Department has reported 248,865 cases of COVID-19 across the services, with 1,282 new reports between October 13th and October 20th. Military Times previously reported. Interesting, because as this comes out yesterday, we also found out, if you were with me on the morning show and I discussed this, that apparently down in Louisiana, they got these roll-around clinics and that, just popping up at some local high schools. And, guess what happens? The kid ends up taking a jab without his parents' consent. Whoops. So what are they doing? Are they manufacturing the paperwork? Are they coercing kids to forge their parents' signatures? What? Is this a similar deal? Is this what it amounts to now? The big pharma folks are so desperate for their profits, they got to make their Jaguar and hooker payments that, at the end of the day, they've got to sell as many of these jabs as possible and are just not quite hitting their numbers, are they? Just not making it. And it looks like maybe only the top brass will be able to pay for their Jaguars and hookers, but, the junior level folks on down the management team, well, I guess they only just get to make their house payments in triplicate. So, yeah, we got to step that up. We got to add the 5 to 11-year-olds and ripen those numbers up a bit. And in the meantime, while we're not liable for any damages whatsoever, thank you, Congress, let's just start rolling this out to some mobile jab teams and that. So be aware, folks. You may see a mobile clinic roll up to your high school, grade school, whatever. Hell, by the time it's said and done, I wouldn't be surprised if they start going down to daycares the way things are looking. And So what happens now? Are we going to be in a position where we can sue the mobile clinics for fraud and everything else? Criminal negligence on obtaining signatures that they otherwise shouldn't have for the sake of propagating said jabs? I don't know, just a thought. And now here we see people getting stuff mistaken at military bases besides. Similar sort of deal. Crazy. Outside of that, back over to Becker News, says stunning new data. COVID case rates among the fully vaccinated are now higher than the non-vaccinated. But believe me, come on, man, it's the non-vax that are at fault. They need to be scorned, shamed, shunned. The American people have been inundated with the phrase pandemic of the unvaccinated as the White House has embarked on a relentless push for universal COVID vaccination for months, regardless of medical necessity. But new data out of the United Kingdom throws into question whether vaccination is a public health matter at all, given that the so-called vaccine's ability to slow the spread is dubious at best. The United Kingdom's data, although flawed, are still some of the most useful data in the world for investigating COVID rates and vaccination effects. The Public Health Agency is direct about noting stunning developments in the case rates. I think what they realistically should call it is a case-demic rather than a pandemic, scamdemic, plandemic, whatever, because it's all about the cases, right? Asymptomatic cases spun up by PCR tests, flip those CTs up, highly spun, and hell, you'll find anything you wish. Feed it to the media and away we go. The rate of a positive COVID-19 test is substantially lower in vaccinated individuals compared to unvaccinated individuals up to the age of 29. Public Health England's latest report notes. In individuals aged greater than 30, the rate of positive COVID-19 test is higher in vaccinated individuals compared to the unvaxxed. This is likely to be due to a variety of reasons, including differences in the population of vaxxed versus unvaxxed people, as well as differences in testing patterns, the report added. The adjusted data here show that there are more COVID-19 cases per 100,000 in the vaxxed group than in the unvaxxed group for persons over age 30 years old. So let's take a look at this data. Let's see if I can blow this thing up. So this is out of COVID vaccine surveillance report week 42. I don't know that it says on here where this set of data comes from, but cases reported by specimen date between week 38 and week 41, broken out by under 18 all the way up to greater than or equal to 80. Total unlinked, not vaccinated, received one dose 221 days before specimen date. Second dose greater than 14 days before specimen date. Rates among persons vaccinated with 2 doses per 100,000 versus rates among persons not vaccinated per 100,000. And so obviously we see here, per the figures in the table, that the numbers are greater in the among persons jabbed with 2 doses per 100,000 than those not. So whether you want to blame the routine asymptomatic testing regime or the public health authorities ignoring natural immunity, these data can be interpreted as meaning that the vaccines are failing to appreciably slow the spread. Ruh-roh. Another thing it means, the pandemic of the unvaccinated phrase is officially dead. This is not to say that there aren't good reasons for certain people to get COVID flu shots. The COVID shots, which are actually mRNA prophylactic therapeutics, appear to significantly mitigate hospitalization rates among the elderly and at-risk populations. The rate of hospitalization within 28 days of a positive COVID-19 test increases with age and is substantially greater in unjabbed individuals compared to the jabbed, the report points out. However, there is something alarming in the data. The rate of death within 28 days or within 60 days of a positive COVID-19 test increases with age, and again is substantially greater in unjabbed individuals compared to fully jabbed individuals, Public Health England claims. The data supporting this statement, however, is extremely odd. There is a good blogger named Elgato Malo who delves into the reasons why this data set is flawed while using data from the previous release. The latest data below show quite clearly that the second dose greater or equal than 14 days before specimen date category has death counts that are much higher than the unvaccinated group for those over age 50, and there is roughly parity in the 40 to 49 age group. It is pretty clear that Public Health England is coding all COVID-related deaths before 14 days expire from the second shot as unvaccinated deaths in the case rates per 100,000. And perhaps you guys over on the UK side probably can state better than I, or even what this article is saying, to say whether or not that is indeed true. Says this categorization of deaths is highly misleading. However, Public Health England has at least provided more data transparency here than what Americans have come to expect from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, as well as the Food and Drug Administration. We can at least logically deduce what is going on, even if the coding of the data doesn't make a lot of sense. For context, the fully jabbed rate in England is considered to be 68.3%, according to Our World in Data. And I believe the Our World in Data is Johns Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken. The 60-day window shows a similar pattern as the 28-day window, more recorded in the second dose greater or equal than 14 days before specimen date category than in the non-jabbed category. These are mutually exclusive categories, as we can see by the total deaths. And here we see the second dose greater than or equal to 14 days before specimen date versus the not jabbed. And it looks like the not jabbed obviously is far below that of those who have taken. Says this is what the data set says. Public Health England should address the problems with the data set by excluding the non-jab from any COVID shots whatsoever in the rates per 100,000. Then it should set up a fully vaccinated category, which is making increasingly less sense due to waning vaccine efficacy and the need for booster shots. Public Health England, to its credit, is attempting to get a grasp on the transmission rates for COVID among the jabbed community. And I guess I'll touch back upon this part about being fully vaxxed. Even the Washington Post has come out and says there's no such thing as being fully vaxxed. You either are or you aren't. It doesn't matter if it's 1 shot, 2 shots, 6 shots, what have you, at the end of the day. You either have taken one or you haven't taken one. But herein lies the flaw with that thinking. Think of what is playing out in Israel right now. You're not considered vaxxed, even though they're looking to put a 4th shot in, a booster shot. So therefore, those who have the COVID pass, who have taken 3, are not considered vaxxed by that standard. So where's the logic in that? Although individuals may not develop symptoms of COVID-19 after vaccination, it is possible they could still be infected with the virus and could transmit to others, Public Health England says outright. Understanding how effective vaccines are at preventing infection is therefore important to predict the likely impact of the vaccination program on the wider population. An analysis from the ONS Community Infection Survey found that contacts of vaccinated index cases had around 65 to 80% reduced odds of testing positive with the alpha variant and 35 to 65% reduced odds of testing positive with the Delta variant compared to contacts of unvaccinated index cases, PHE noted. This nonetheless shows that the vaccinated are still a significant vector for COVID and particularly the Delta variant. There may be sound reasons for the elderly and at risk to voluntarily get the COVID shots. However, the case for universal mandates is flimsy, while at the same time violates the right to bodily autonomy of hundreds of millions of people. Meanwhile, the COVID wave pattern now appears to be seasonal and regional. Natural immunity is estimated to be at least half the U.S. population. The country should highly consider moving towards treating COVID like the seasonal flu. Shots recommended for the elderly and at-risk population. Gee, where have I heard those headlines before? Wasn't it just, couple, 2-3 weeks ago, maybe, that even out of Britain, the UK, they said, well, I think that's indeed what's going to have to happen. It says this isn't going to go away. We're basically going to treat this like the flu. And same day before, we saw the same sort of headline come out of either Sweden or Norway. I forget which. Doesn't really matter at this point. But basically the same context and saying, yeah, this isn't going to go away. And we should just treat this like the common cold. Interesting, huh? Especially given that no stats exist with the influenza A and influenza B on most of our health department's charts over the last year and a half. It's almost like COVID replaced it. Almost. It should also be in the discretion of doctors and patients to decide for themselves if the COVID shots are right for them, particularly as these prophylactic therapeutics that are being called vaccines do not appreciably stop the transmission of COVID-19. The best model for this approach in the United States remains Florida, which now has the lowest case rates per 100,000 in the United States. There may be no ideal control group, but U.S. states that have preserved Americans' rights throughout the pandemic provide the best case studies for comparison with states that are pushing mandates regardless of the ineffective results. And I guess I'll flash back to the portion above here too, talking about right to bodily autonomy. I just happened to come across something on Gab yesterday in the feed that said that here in Illinois, some nitwit assembly person decided that they want to try and sneak in some verbiage on an act that has been on the books now for, what's it been? Maybe 20 years, called the Right of Conscience Act. Right of conscience. So it is an exemption that can be used to combat this at this point. However, the language in that they wanted to sneak in this basically negated the whole stinking act and says, well, basically, if there's a mandate and it's a corporation and they say thou shalt, then it shall have no forbearance and effect on this act. They can do it anyway. Well, doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of having an act to say you have right of conscience? Again, it's a measure, it's a tool that can be used along with the religious exemptions. But here in this state, they got caught red-handed, and at the time of filing the witness slip on that, I believe the numbers were something like 45,000 to maybe a few hundred that were against the measure, and they were supposed to look at it in executive committees and that yesterday. So be aware of that, folks. If you have similar measures in your state houses, things of that nature, pay attention to those and become active. So let's see here. Outside of that, Rogan's still on the warpath of this stuff as well. And Rogan, Dr. Pierre Corey, treated 200 members of Congress with ivermectin. Now, mind you, if you've watched over the last several weeks, you know that Rogan just had Sanjay Gupta on from Clown News recently, had him in his studio, and he basically cornered him and says, I'm calling your news organization a liar. They openly pushed a lie because obviously Rogan, when he had his bout, took ivermectin along with a nice healthy concoction of some other things as well, ivermectin being one of them. But the Mockingbird media decided, hey, let's run with this idea and just call it a horse dewormer. Nobody's going to buy this joker. And of course, then you start to see the FDA or CDC or whoever it was tweet out, It's for horses. Knock it off. You are not a horse. Please. And so Rogan called him out on it. Had Sanjay Gupta on, called him out on it, got him to admit, yeah, network lied. I don't believe it. Then, of course, Gupta went back that very same night on Clown News with Don Lemon and basically did an about face. And basically, why should we listen to Clown News at this point? Aren't they totally discredited? I mean, after all, Rogan's probably got a bigger audience than Clown News ever will. So who's the better influencer at this point, right? So along those lines, just piling on and showing just how ridiculous Clown News is, Rogan targets Sanjay Gupta and Don Lemon. And we'll let a little bit of this play through.
Again, sorry for being healthy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's fascinating, though. The exposing of mainstream media. That's one thing that
Corporate
I'm very happy
press.
about.
Don't call them mainstream because they're not mainstream.
Right. This show is more mainstream
Yes,
than they are.
it's the corporate press.
It's more mainstream by a factor of 10.
Of course.
Which is pretty crazy.
But it's also funny how they will do everything in their power to make you seem like you should be dismissed and not taken seriously.
Right. Yeah, but it's not working.
No.
That's what's fascinating. But this framing of like ivermectin as horse medicine was I'm in some ways I'm really happy that they did it to me because they could have
you
done
have the audience to blast back. Did you see that supercut?
Yes.
Just one
So yeah, it is probably a good thing that they started with somebody like Rogan, who obviously probably has the cojones to be able to handle the shenanigans they threw at him, right? And of course, the Mockingbird media whipped up the story about some doctor who may or may not have worked in a facility in Oklahoma, who hadn't, by the way, after it was disclosed from the Rolling Stone hit piece that, the guy hadn't even set foot in a facility in over 2 months. But supposedly, people were walking in overdosing on ivermectin. Totally debunked, discredited.
After another, them laughing at you.
Yeah, hilarious.
But also, this is what's interesting. They kept saying that ivermectin. First of all, it's like you called your dealer. You had it prescribed, right?
Yeah.
So when they say it's not approved, it's not like you are using your own judgment. You're using the judgment of a medical professional, which is what they've been yelling for a year and a half. Listen to the experts.
Well, not only that, I listed off a long.
Oh, did you catch what he said there? Listen to the experts. Yes, that's of course what they want us to do is listen to the experts. Just not your experts. They want you to listen to their pseudo fakery science. They're pseudo experts, right?
Of medications, and that's the one they focused on.
Right.
I said I took monoclonal antibodies. I said I took prednisone. I said I took Z-Pak. I said I had IV infusions of NAD and of vitamins, and I also took ivermectin. I mean, it should be no surprise. I had Dr. Pierre Corey, who is one of the doctors from the frontline critical COVID care group that has been treating people, including, by the way, 200 congresspeople have been treated with ivermectin.
200 congresspeople with ivermectin. But the Mockingbird media would have you believe this is only for horses. Why do you suppose that is? Why do you think no congressmen and women have come forward and said, hey, I had this debilitating effect, and guess what got me better? Was it taking, say, the jab? Or did they take some sort of concoction behind the scenes and just don't want you to know about it, then succumb to the protocols of what's going through your local hospitals?
COVID. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Google that. 200. I believe you could probably find it in Dr. Pierre Corey's Twitter page. Yeah. Before there were vaccines, this was a common treatment, an off-label treatment for COVID. Now, I do not know what the motivation for demonizing this particular medication is. Again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist, but I would imagine some of it has to do with money.
Oh, you think? You think it might have anything to do with money? I mean, after all, it's not like you can head over to India, to Uttar Pradesh or whatever the state province was, where under $2 a day, they handed this concoction to the whole frickin' population over there. And magically, where all this Delta variant started when it still had its 1.2.3.4, whatever it was, before they started going the Greek alphabet on us. All of a sudden, they found out that the Delta variant wasn't all that bad after handing this out to the populace. And by the way, if you happen to lay that graph on top of, say, Israel, who, by the way, is 3 deep, almost 4 deep in vaccines, note the stark difference.
Reason being is that it is a generic drug now. The patent has run out, so anybody can make it, and it's worth like 30 cents a dose. Now, Merck has its own antiviral that's supposed to do the same thing that they claim ivermectin does, as does Pfizer. They're both about to release it.
Isn't that interesting? So, the jabs aren't quite doing it. We're not quite getting the kill rate that we want out of this thing. You know, doggone it, would you just die already? Take the 4th jab, take the 5th jab, get the doggone vax passport here. Don't you realize that you're not supposed to live through this? Well, I guess if you do, you might, rather than try and beat them, you might as well join them. And so, well, I guess if we got to make some profit anywhere, we might as well relabel what's already been out there for 50, 60, 70 years and see if we can't make a few bucks on the side in pill form, right?
I don't know if that's why the FDA is making snarky tweets about it being veterinary medicine, but I do know that it was used for humans for fucking years before they ever started using it for animals. And I also do know that there is a massive amount of medications that have veterinary applications, including penicillin.
Well, Joe, it's like me calling Child Protective Services because my neighbor was feeding her baby cat food, and by cat food I mean milk.
Cat food is now milk. How dare you drink milk, you stupid human?
Yeah,
it's insane. Like,
it's insane.
Dogs take Xanax and all these other things. So it's...
Wait a minute, dogs take Xanax?
Yeah.
People have like anxiety.
Doggy downers, man.
Of course.
I guarantee it's the person.
Or cats, yeah. Well,
Come over to my house. My dog just lays down.
I know. I met Marshall. Yeah, he's a sweet. He doesn't need Xanax
because he's fucking.
He's a dog.
He's
happy.
chill.
Yeah. But
actually, some people get rescue dogs. I should take that back because I did have a dog that had anxiety because I got her when she was 2.
Or maybe it's an older dog gets a puppy and the dog doesn't know what to do. Yeah, there's situations. Whatever.
Yeah. That could. They think that. That could.
But I don't think it's necessarily about the money so much. It's about obedience.
Aha! The truth comes out. It's about obedience. When we say mandate and tell you to jump, you don't ask to jump. You say how far. Yes, sir.
They're the ones who are promulgating how everyone has to act. And then you have this guy from Austin over here, this comedian, telling people there's another way and the science isn't as settled. And all of a sudden, their sense of authority is diminished because when you have choices, that means that person who wants to be the one to go to no longer is the one who has all the answers.
Choices, you say. Didn't DJT tell us, back during his presidency that we ought to have a right to choose? Or is it that now that the resident-in-chief, creepy Uncle Joe, wants to take that away and say, thou shalt follow my orders?
What is so funny about that? They don't understand that when they say things that are absolutely untrue, it diminishes their authority. They're not even aware of what they're doing.
Like, they have an alternative.
When Don Lemon goes on with Sanjay Gupta and says, actually, it really is a veterinary medicine. It really is.
No, but that's not what this was the lie. He goes, it's not a lie to say it's also used as horse medicine. He goes,
that's not what you said.
Yeah, that's not what you said. You didn't say this drug, which also is used for horses. Of what relevance is that?
It doesn't have any relevance. Exactly what you're talking about.
The whole idea behind the Mockingbird media trying to castigate it as horse medicine is to paint you into a ridiculous box and say you are ignorant. We know better than you. Isn't it the whole thing like Chris Cuomo, when documents are revealed, says, oh, no. You can't go digging for that on your own. You don't make those decisions. We do that for you. And then we tell you what you need to know. Or Mika Brzezinski, right? Isn't that exactly what is playing out here?
Talking about with penicillin and with like a gigantic number of medicines that also have veterinary applications. But by doing that, you just prove my point. They don't even understand what they just did. You think no one's like it's going to end with you? See, because it used to be that way. They would say something and no one would have recourse.
Do you know what this is?
But when you're saying something and then the person you're saying it about has literally 10 times the audience you do, you dumb motherfucker. Do you know what you did? You just proved my point.
You just proved my point. And they don't even realize it. They walked right into the trap, fell right in. And of course, at this point, again, for those still watching Clown News, Rachel Maddow's, get off of it. Turn it in. There is no point. They have all been discredited to this point, right? So that's Joe Rogan for you, calling it out as it is. Over to the Daily Mail. NHS's world-beating £37 billion test and trace program was an eye-watering waste of taxpayer cash, and at its best, only 49% of £1,000 a day tracers were working, report reveals. So another black eye for this whole scamdemic. The £37 billion NHS test and trace service has been an eye-wateringly expensive failure, a damning report by MPs claim. It has failed to break chains of COVID transmission, prevent lockdowns, or enable people to return to a more normal way of life. The organization, previously led by former Talk boss Baroness Harding, also had muddled objectives, the Public Accounts Committee said. Spending on test and trace is equal to nearly a fifth of the 2020-2021 NHS England budget. Just 45% of testing capacity was used between November 2020 and April 2021, and at times as few as 11% of contact center staff were being utilized. Only 96 million of 691 million lateral flow tests it distributed were registered, and it is not clear what benefit the remaining 595 million tests have secured. The program was championed by then Health Secretary Matt Hancock. You know, the guy who said, end of the world, we're going to lose billions, millions of people based on this analysis and that we put together, this model, who was thusly proven wrong and found to be a cheater sleeping with some chick on the side. Whilst Prime Minister Boris Johnson described it as world-beating. Yeah. So in any case, despite committing to reduce consultants, paid an average of £1,100 a day, the service employed more in April 2021 than in December 2020. Committee Chairman Dame Meg Hillier said it set out bold ambitions but has failed to achieve them despite the vast sums thrown at it. And isn't it just like government to waste money anyway? I don't know. Do you guys in the UK do something similar to like what we do here stateside? We get this yearly report out. I think Rand Paul has taken it over now, but there have been a number of senators and that over the years that generate this nice handy-dandy waste report of absolutely ridiculous pet projects that have been funded by the government. It's usually like 60, 80 pages long. You guys might want to consider doing that. It says, meanwhile, the professor who helped create the Oxford AstraZeneca jab has said it is unfair to bash the UK over high numbers of COVID cases, around 40,000 a day in recent weeks. Professor Sir Andrew Pollard said, if you look across Western Europe, we have about 10 times more tests done each day than some other countries. The damning report has been published just ahead of Chancellor Rishi Sunak's budget, where he will lay out the details of the recently announced £6 billion funding boost for the NHS. It details how the test and trace system failed to hit set targets and that spending on consultants was out of control. Mr. Hancock had promised that the system would allow the government to avoid the use of national lockdowns and instead get the contacts of people who had contracted COVID-19 to isolate. The report also details how less than half of contact tracers who had been hired were ever in use at any one time. It said NHS Test and Trace has a 50% target utilization rate for its contact center staff, but the highest reached was 49% at the beginning of January 2021, and this had fallen to 11% by the end of February 2021. So, great success. Over Christmas 2020, when there appeared to be spare laboratory capacity and COVID-19 cases were rising, performance declined, and it took longer to provide test results, with only 17% of people receiving test results within 24 hours in December 2020. Of the nearly 700 million lateral flow tests which were distributed by NHS Test and Trace, only 14% were registered online, something which is essential for the spread of coronavirus to be tracked. So did they want to track this, or didn't they want to track this, or is it just ignorance, malfeasance, and everything else, incompetence at an extraordinary level here? I would vouch for probably the latter. The committee also criticized handling of the cash, highlighting that the program has still not managed to reduce the number of expensive contractors who are paid an average of £1,100 a day, and has not developed a flexible approach to using laboratories, which risks wasting public money. Do you think they care? Just throw more money at it. That's what our Fed does. Just print more out of thin air. Test and Trace's continued over-reliance on consultants is likely to cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of pounds, report states. It has been focused on getting programs up and running and paid less attention to ensuring these programs delivered the benefits they promised, it adds. An uptake of services provided by the program is variable, as some vulnerable people are much less likely to take a test than others. What do you mean? They don't have 100% compliance by now? It's a mandate. Joe said so. MPs on the cross-party committee said that as the program has moved into the new UK Health Security Agency, it needs a proper long-term strategy. Dame Hillier added, the continued reliance on the overpriced consultants who delivered this state of affairs will by itself cost the taxpayers hundreds of millions of pounds. For this huge amount of money, we need to see a legacy system ready to deliver when needed, but it's just not clear what there will be to show in the long term. This legacy has to be a focus for government if we are to see any value for the money spent. MPs have set out a series of recommendations and suggested improvements to the program. The Test and Trace program was rapidly developed at the start of the coronavirus pandemic, spearheaded by Baroness Harding, with the objective of testing the nation and tracing contacts of positive cases. Dr. Jenny Harries, Chief Executive of the UK Health Security Agency, said in a statement, NHS Test and Trace has played an essential role in combating this pandemic. Well, if you discard the wasteful spending on contractors who did basically nothing. As the Public Accounts Committee acknowledges, there have been improvements in testing capacity, turnaround times, and speed and reach of contact tracing, and improved collaboration with local authorities. The fact is, NHS TT is saving lives every single day and helping us fight COVID-19 by breaking chains of transmission and spotting outbreaks wherever they exist. Okay, you can tell yourself that. More than 323 million tests have now been carried out across the UK. NHSTT has now contacted more than 19.9 million people, helping to slow the spread of the virus. Yes, remember the early days, we gotta flatten the curve. Then they moved the goalposts. Then they moved it again. Now it's, get the damn jab or you're fired. Government spokesman said NHS Test and Trace has delivered on what it set out to do, break chains of transmission and save lives. I'm not sure what sort of deluded reality they live in, but that doesn't sound, yeah. Anyway, to date, over 323 million tests have been delivered, 20 million people contacted who could otherwise have unknowingly transmitted the virus. We have rightly drawn on the extensive expertise of a number of public and private sector partners who have been invaluable in helping us tackle the virus. We built a testing network from scratch that can process millions of tests a day, more than any European country, providing a free LFD or PCR test to anybody who needs one. The new UK Health Secretary Agency will consolidate the knowledge that now exists across our health system to help us tackle future pandemics and threats. I guess there must not be any talking across the pond to our CDC, who, by the way, is now getting rid of the PCR test as of December because, well, it doesn't do too good in providing accurate data. Yeah, when you get 90% false positives, I suppose that could be a problem. But hey, for you folks in the MPs and whatnot to spend money frivolously like it's water, I suppose, carry on, right? Nonetheless, victory. Spain must repay 1 million COVID fines. First lockdown ruled unconstitutional. So little by little, we are seeing some little victories here and there. Various states, various cities, various countries, and that finding out that what was it all for, right? So this ought to rare. Spain's conservative Vox party demonstrates it is possible to challenge and win against government's grotesque and unconstitutional lockdowns. All right, U.S. So where are we at? How long do we take the fight back to them? Just asking. The Spanish government has set up a special task force to reimburse or cancel more than 1 million fines issued to citizens during the first illegal coronavirus lockdown. The decision comes following the July ruling of the Spanish Constitutional Court, which declared the socialist government's oppressive lockdown measures unconstitutional. On March 14th of 2020, an illegal state of emergency was declared by socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez by royal decree. State, regional, and local police forces were given the power to fine those who did not comply with the strict lockdown measures. In addition, the country must repay a total of 1,142,127 fines illegally issued between March 14th and June 21st. That's a hell of a lot of fines. According to TVE, the ruling said that the limitations on movement violated citizens' basic rights, and therefore the state of emergency was insufficient to give them constitutional backing. The sixth magistrate said that a state of exception, which does allow the government to suspend basic rights, would have been necessary. Whoops. I guess they forgot to check that box on the form before filing it, and they got caught, huh? Kind of like, the Clinton Foundation not signing various things on their 990 form, and whoops, I guess they're not really a 501c3 that's tax exempt after all. Ruh-roh. Vox Party fights Spain's socialist government's lockdown. In mid-July, the court ruled that the lockdown imposed by the Spanish government was unconstitutional. The case was brought by Spain's only conservative party, Vox. However, the media and the left-wing parties relentlessly demonized and ridiculed Vox for taking the case to court on behalf of Spanish citizens. The party leader, Santiago Abascal, took to Twitter after the decision of the High Court. The greatest violation of rights in history was unconstitutional, Abascal wrote on this social network. The unconstitutionality of the general confinement of the population agreed by decree by the government of Pedro Sanchez in March 2020 summarizes the leader of Vox. Only Vox voted against. Only Vox appealed to the Constitutional Court to defend the rights and freedoms of the Spanish, proclaimed Abascal. In addition, he stressed that his party is the only one that opposes a government installed in illegality in the abuse of power, and which he described as illegitimate, but also believes that tramples the Constitution with the support of all parties. Interesting. The Vox leader has called on the embattled PM Sanchez to resign. We are not here to celebrate, we sentence. We cannot do so because it has been found that the government is willing to violate the laws and trample the Constitution, explained the leader of Vox. The draconian lockdown measures. The court took into consideration the intensity and severity of the lockdown's limitations on citizens. Spaniards were only allowed to take to the streets for groceries or work, which was deemed essential. For several weeks, people could not go outside to exercise or walk their dogs. The state prohibited all social encounters, even with relatives. According to Summit News, says in one case, police were called after a neighbor spotted two brothers playing soccer in their own backyard. Spain's lockdown laws were so draconian that at one point authorities briefly told citizens that wearing masks while swimming in the sea was mandatory. That tricky little virus, I tell you, it has the most interesting sense of how to attack people. It doesn't matter if it's land, sea, or water. Land, air, water, whatever. Tricky little thing that is. And it also happens to know if it's a $60,000 part or 66, whatever the hell it was, 60th birthday for 44 or not. And whether or not they are sophisticated folks either. I tell you, that is one smart virus. For many months during hot weather, wearing masks in every outdoor setting, even on beaches, was compulsory. People were also issued fines of 2,000 euros for disrespecting a police officer during lockdown. Disrespecting. Numerous instances of police beating people for not wearing masks also emerged, while protesters at one point freed a woman from police arrest while cops were trying to handcuff her for not wearing a face covering. So, million plus fines and that and tickets and that issued. No word yet on any hospital bills, I suppose, as of a result of said beatings, if that will get taken into account either, I suppose. As a result of the lockdown being declared unlawful, the Spanish government may face multiple lawsuits from individuals and businesses. Many citizens suffered undue hardships due to the government's oppressive and unconstitutional lockdown. Court still must rule on second lockdown. So the Constitutional Court will also soon determine the legality or illegality of the second state of emergency from October 25th, 2020 to June 9th. More than 200,000 fines were issued during the second lockdown. Spain's Vox Party demonstrates it is possible to challenge and win against government's grotesque and unconstitutional lockdowns. The Conservative Party's constitutional challenge and victory must inspire all freedom-loving citizens to follow suit. It is time for citizens to take back their fundamental rights and liberties from power-hungry left-wing governments that never had the right to take them away. And that's absolutely true, and why I bring this up. Because at the end of the day, we must do the same thing. Doesn't matter if it's the UK, doesn't matter if it's here in the US, doesn't matter if you're in Poland, doesn't matter where you're at. If you have a constitution and you have God-given rights that are inherent, they got no business trampling on them. Stop rolling over to it. We don't obey to tyranny. And if the courts aren't going to rule in our favor, then they might as well just be in the same boat. They're every bit as tyrannical. All right, so how to resist the mainstream? Along the same thread here, these businesses are resisting vaccine mandates, according to Shapiro. Let's see. I guess this must be a piece. Let's see a bit of this.
In my latest book, The Authoritarian Moment, I talk at length about how you fight back against the fact that the institutions of the United States, pretty much every major institution, has been hijacked by the left. How do you fight back against that? And what I talk about is the fact that the way the left originally took control of institutions is through a process that I call renormalization. It's not my term. It's a process that was originally termed by a physicist named Serge Gallum. His basic idea is that with 20% of any organization, you can reorient the entire organization. And the way you do this is you create an intransigent militant minority who's willing to take incremental steps in pursuit of a larger goal. And then you pressure everybody who's in the middle to basically cave to you. This is how institutions got left-wing in the first place.
So I don't know. I might not play this all the way through. I may just drop this out there for you guys if you guys wish to watch this in its entirety. I might let another minute or so of this go through, but frankly, I find Mr. Shapiro a little bit tough to follow in that he talks so stinking fast. I think I probably need to put this on about half speed so that people can catch up. But nonetheless, we'll let just maybe a little bit more play through.
And at the end of my book, I talk about the fact that we can renormalize, i.e. normalize these institutions by using precisely the same process the left did, except in reverse. You can unionize all of your friends inside a particular company and say, I'm not going to that critical race training theory session. We're not doing any of that. Right? You can organize all of your friends and neighbors and say, we are not going to abide by this particular mandate. Right? This goes back all the way to high school when you used to say to your friends, well, they can't suspend all of us, right? If we do this, they can't suspend everybody. Okay, well, sometimes they could, but sometimes they couldn't. Well, the reality is that when people push back, when liberty-loving people push back against predations from institutions, the institutions generally are then faced with a transactional choice cost.
And that's absolutely true. Think of what the woke left has been doing to a lot of these corporations to get them to bend the knee, right? It doesn't take that many people to jump on social media, whether it be Twitter, whether it be Facebook, whatever, and then go latch on to some corporation that also happens to have a Twitter feed, find out who is in charge of PR or what have you at said corporation, get a few of your friends together, and all of a sudden, oh, everybody is saying this, when in reality it was only about 3 or 4 people that were raising a big stink to begin with, right? So again, to his point, there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be able to do the same damn thing, except on a much grander scale, I would say. So again, I'm going to leave that there for the moment. You guys can follow that link out in chat if you wish to watch the rest of that. But also today we find out of hot air introducing the Drain the Swamp Act is taking place. So again, highlighting some of the potential wins and things that we're doing behind the scenes to combat this ridiculousness that's been foisted upon us. Says, for all of the complaining that we hear about Washington, D.C. these days, you might think that this would be a fairly popular idea. And who knows, maybe it will be. The subject at hand is a new bill introduced by Republican Congressman Warren Davidson of Ohio named the Drain the Swamp Act. It proposes a fairly drastic change to how the federal government is organized and how it operates. It's a concept that would have previously been unthinkable, as well as being a violation of federal law. Davidson wants all federal agencies to essentially clear out of Washington, moving their headquarters elsewhere and leaving no more than 10% of the workforce inside the Beltway. He wouldn't be doing away with all of the agencies, however, just forcing them to locate to someplace physically removed from the swamp. Says a Republican lawmaker this week introduced a measure to force all federal agencies to relocate out of D.C. area, saying it would help incorporate more perspective into federal policy making. The 2021 Drain the Swamp Act, which is House Resolution 5712, put forward by Rep. Warren Davidson out of Ohio, would require all federal agencies to submit a plan within 1 year to move their headquarters out of Washington. The Office of the Management and Budget and General Services Administration would have to approve the plans, which would be implemented by September 2026. Under the new restrictions, only 10% of an agency's workforce could remain in D.C. The measure would direct agencies to maximize cost savings and consider national security implications of their moves. The bill would repeal the current section of federal statute that requires agency headquarters to be in Washington. It says, as I already mentioned, this idea would have been unthinkable not all that long ago and will probably still receive considerable resistance today. In previous times, all of these agencies needed to be centrally located so people could attend meetings and get their jobs done. There is even a federal statute requiring federal agencies to have their headquarters in the capital region. That statute would be repealed as part of this bill if it were to pass. I mean, it sounds good on paper. Yeah, it's a Republican bringing it to the floor. But again, considering who is controlling Congress right now, it's nice to conjecturalize on, but the likelihood of it passing probably slim to none. But, as the old saying goes, that was then, and this is now. We have emerged from all of the weirdness that kicked off early in 2020 into a world where people were forced to explore the possibilities of remote or virtual work and collaboration. It may not be everyone's cup of tea, but particularly for administrative function, as opposed to manufacturing and other hands-on work, it's clearly proven to be viable. This isn't to say that agencies wouldn't still have offices where people could work together in person. They absolutely could. They would just be located in other parts of the country. But any intra-agency meetings and collaborative sessions could be done via Zoom calls or similar technology. Documents could be finalized with electronic signatures rather than ink on a piece of paper. And maybe, just maybe, the traffic on the Beltway wouldn't be such a hellscape anymore. There are other benefits to this idea as well. The cost of living in Washington is insanely high. Federal workers have to receive a premium of up to 15% to offset it. If you spread all of those agencies around the nation, many could wind up in cheaper areas to live, and we'd be saving money immediately. As a bonus, if you drag some of the swamp creatures out of the liberal bastion of DC to spend some time living in the real world, the federal government might not be such a cloistered, progressive stronghold, and could be more representative of the country at large. A move like this could also turn out to be a huge financial boon to all of the places where the agency headquarters wind up landing. There would be plenty of jobs, and housing values would likely rise. Spreading around all of that federal largesse that currently goes up in smoke in DC to communities that have been bled dry by shifts in manufacturing and other employment areas would provide a big boost in many areas. Of course, people tend to hate change, and that's particularly true in Washington. Despite all of the obvious advantages a plan like this offers, I'm confident that the creatures in question will rush to defend their swamp and keep the status quo in place. Still, it's a pleasant subject to dream about for a while. So again, perhaps if it were a different presidency, if this were introduced under Trump, and of course, all the rhinos were gone, all the Dems were gone, etc., perhaps that might have legs and might be able to be done. Or we just get rid of the bureaucracy in its entirety and get back to some fundamental constitutional republic things. Like the 4 things that a constitutional republic was supposed to do. Preserve the rights of liberty, life, and land, things along those lines. I'd be totally good with that. All right. So aside from that, again, on a bit of a winning side video, Dana White says, in this politically correct world we're living in, the UFC is one place that is not. And he's absolutely right. If you watch any UFC fighting, you know that all that wokeism BS, that stuff don't really play there. And you watch some of these fighters after their win rail against some of these things going on. It's absolutely great to watch. It says, I say it all the time. This is not a nice sport. This is a very rough sport. We say a lot of mean things to each other, and justice gets served at the end of the day. That's in the words of Dana White. UFC President Dana White took a firm stance against woke culture and political correctness on Tuesday, scolding a journalist who demanded to know if the organization would punish or do anything to an Israeli fighter who mockingly referred to his Afghani-born opponent as a terrorist. Are we going to do anything? It got done tonight, White said, referring to the end result of the fight in which the Israeli fighter lost to his Afghani opponent. You know what I mean? It's the beautiful thing about this sport. I say it all the time. This is not a nice sport. This is a very rough sport. We say a lot of mean things to each other, and justice gets served at the end of the day. Listen, when you have a situation like that, the best way to solve the problem is you fight. And you fight legally. And you get paid to do it. And that's what happened tonight. No, White quickly answered when asked if he believes there is a line where a statement by a fighter goes too far. Not in this business, I don't. There's been, if you look, you can add to the pile of some pretty nasty things that have been said in this sport. And not just in this sport, boxing, I'm sure, Muay Thai, kickboxing, you name it. Says UFC president continued. Mean things are said in this insanely politically correct world we're living in. This is one place that is not. White recently made headlines for taking a stand against vaccine mandates, stating he would not implement them in his organization. UFC President Dana White will not by forcing any of his employees to get vaccinated for COVID-19. I'm not putting any restrictions on any of my people and forcing them to do anything, White told Pat McAfee in a recent interview. I've never forced anybody to do anything, let alone take a shot you might not be comfortable with. So we'll take a quick listen.
We had a rivalry fight, which we don't normally have here in Dana White's Contender Series, where there's tension. I'm just curious when you found out about the face-off yesterday, the terrorist comment, and I don't know if you thought about doing anything. You know what I mean? It was just I know you say all the time is, hey, it's a fight business. People say mean things, but that one seemed maybe a little far.
You know what my answer is to that. Are we going to do anything? It got done tonight. You know what I mean? That's the beautiful thing about this sport. I say it all the time. This is not a nice sport. This is a very rough sport. We say a lot of mean things to each other, a lot of, and justice gets served at the end of the day. I mean, listen, when you have a situation like that, the best way to solve the problem is you fight, and you fight legally, and you get paid to do it, and that's what happened tonight.
Do you ever feel that there is a line, though, that you got to worry about? Like, hey, maybe that was a little too far?
No. Not in this business, I don't.
Yeah.
There's been, if you look, you can add that to the pile of some pretty nasty things that have been said in this sport. And not just this sport, boxing, I'm sure Muay Thai, kickboxing, you name it. Mean things are said. In this insanely politically correct world we're living in, this is one place that is not.
Yeah. The only other thing I wanted to ask you about that is I do wonder sometimes, do you worry about like safety and security in there sometimes? Because like in a big arena with people yelling at each other, nobody hears anything, right?
Yeah,
you got friends and family 10 feet away.
It's a great question. The truth is, first of all, I think Herb Dean, was it Herb that did that fight? Yeah, did a great job. At the end of every round, he was right in there to make sure there was no extra punches or any of that thrown. And then, obviously, our security here is very aware of what the situation is, and we make sure cornermen and backstage and all that stuff. When you come to compete here, we make sure that everything is as safe as possible, no matter what's said. And I can point out, too, if you noticed at the end of the fight, the beginning of the fight, these guys were both hostile. At the end of the fight, they shook hands and hugged. When you go in and you do, Basharat even gave him credit at the end of the fight and said he's a tough guy. He's a very tough guy. I was trying to finish him the whole fight. There's a certain respect, a level of respect that is created when you go in and do what those two did tonight. It's the beautiful thing about this sport.
It didn't go well for them all tonight, but you had 3 Chinese fighters, right, coming from the Shanghai Performance Institute. So I'm just curious kind of, what that means when you see a handful of fighters.
All right, we'll cut that off there. I didn't realize this thing was going to go on for about 10 minutes, but nonetheless, I think we get the idea. Where else are you going to find both Joe Rogan and Dana White on a show on the same day here, aside from watching a UFC fight? But yeah, could you imagine? Like you said, if mean things are said, they settle their differences, et cetera, and it's handled in the ring. Now, what would happen if said wokester decided they wanted to spout off to some conservative and say, you know what, put your money where your mouth is, get in the ring, let's settle our bets there? What do you think would happen there? Just asking for a friend. But yeah, get it done. Outside of that, TechCrunch has this to say, says Bowery farming is forcing us all to look up at the future of vertical agriculture. Switching gears up here a little bit, and again, looking for some wins and how we can combat the things that are coming at us. If you've been with me in the morning shows, Ned, I've been talking a lot about the things going on in the economy, what's been playing out by way of our supply chains, the exorbitant prices we're going to be paying for fossil fuels as well as energy here in the coming months, supply shortages, you name it, all that stuff. How do we beat that stuff back? This is potentially one way. And again, it's talking about vertical agriculture. Bowery Farming TC1 Part 1, The Origin Story. This out of TechCrunch says, food is the very nourishment of life, but it's also becoming increasingly challenging to grow at scale. A combination of explosive and unsustainable unsustainable population growth, human-made climate change, and depleted sources of clean water is contributing to overcultivation across the world. And on top of that, again, one of the things I've alluded to in the mornings is that, with natural gas supplies being, short, natural gas obviously also has a knock-on effect to fertilizers, which also feed into ag and everything else. And if there's a shortage of fertilizer, well, what do you think is going to happen by way of planting come next year? Things are going to become extremely expensive. Says for its many advocates, vertical farming is a critical piece to solving the puzzle, even as skeptics cite its intensive power demands as a major hurdle toward achieving the long-term positive climate impact it promises. The pursuit of sustainability was a key catalyst in the formation of Bowery farming, and for that matter, the development of vertical farming as a whole. Global climate disasters have spurred companies and governments to increasingly explore large-scale solutions. And that's why increasingly bullish investors are pumping money into the space. The company raised a $300 million round this May. Interesting. Companies like Bowery have captured the imagination of the public for the role they might eventually play in helping reshape the 10,000-year-old practice of agriculture. It's big talk, but it's unsurprising in a world inexorably drawn to the notion that the solution to righting the wrongs of decades of harmful technologies can be found in technology itself. It's a hopeful thought. In the first part of this, TC1, I will look at the origins of Bowery farming as well as the vertical farming movement as a whole. I'll also discuss how Japan's 2011 tragic earthquake catalyzed interest in the model, and also explore how these new approaches to ag could usher in critical changes on an Earth with rapidly changing climates. Interesting. Now, somebody who has built my own raised beds, used hugelkultur, things of that nature, you can go back on my channel and see a couple pieces in that I've done over this year of building those and growing through those. I'm intrigued by this because I have come across places, especially in Japan, where they've got nothing but, for lack of a better term, warehouses of nothing but grow lights. And these things are stacked, heck, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 stories high of nothing but trays of things that they're growing. So I'm semi-intrigued by this, but of course, obviously, it's going to require space to do something to scale. It says we're not in Kansas anymore. This thing's going to cut me off. All right. The best way to understand a farm is to visit it. So I set up a tour to see what Bowery is building. I tend to arrive early, making some vague plans to walk to a nearby coffee shop, set up camp with caffeine and Wi-Fi, and prep for the day. As we approach the destination, however, that plan is quickly scrapped. So I'm going to have to see if I can find an alternate version of this. Bear with me here. Let's see if I can find an alt version. So I think this is a pretty cool article. Let's see what comes up here. Maybe not. Let's try this guy one more time. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to cooperate. Let me try one other avenue here. I didn't realize that one was behind a paywall. Let's see if this one will do. Nope. It knows the workaround to that. All right. So that being said, I guess I'm going to have to change it up just a little bit. And let's see here. I got about 20 minutes left until the top of the hour here. So I think what I'm going to do is I will find about a 22-minute piece here, talking a little bit more about what is going on with our ports. A report I did here just the other day and put out there. So I'll let you guys take a quick peek at this, and I'll see you back in about 20 minutes. Hey everybody, Spectre here, still on this 25th day of October here. If you joined me for the morning show, in case you missed it news this morning, I said I had a bunch of extra articles in that I didn't really want to muddy up the morning show with regarding shipping and that, and so I figured I'd do a breakout piece here. So that's exactly what we're going to get into. Some articles in that came through over the weekend I thought were worthy of sharing, and we'll get into that here now. So one of the articles that came through says with a record 79 container ships waiting off the SoCal coast, a scary supply chain solution emerges. As we discussed yesterday when looking at the recent dip in sky-high container shipping rates, there was some fleeting hope that Southern Cal port congestion had turned the corner. The number of container ships waiting offshore dipped to the low 60s and high 50s from a record high of 73 on September 19th. Trans-Pacific spot rates plateaued. The Biden admin unveiled aspirations of 24/7 port ops, and electricity shortages curbed Chinese factory output. And there we see the container rates and that highlighted there. So alas, it was not meant to be, and despite the very serious jawboning coming out of the White House, the time ships are stuck waiting offshore continues to lengthen. There are simply too many vessels arriving with too much cargo for terminals, trucks, trains, and warehouses to handle. And according to the Marine Exchange of Southern Cal, 79 container ships were waiting off LA and Long Beach on Thursday, yet another all-time record. And this is a graph that, if you've been with me on the morning show, we've highlighted this a number of times, depicting the at anchor versus at berth container ships. So in light of this record, parking lot that has formed outside of LA, and of course we've depicted that on show as well, it is hardly a surprise that container dwell times have steadily increased over the summer and now into the fall, increasing to an average of 5.9 days in September, up nearly 2.5 days since the April low of 3.6 days, according to Goldman Sachs. And here they highlight San Pedro Bay weighted average dwell time in days, continuing to stack up since, probably about March, April, May time frame of this year. Goldman also notes that the proportion of containers that have been dwelling for longer than 5 days were 32.8% of total containers in September, up from 13.1% in the spring, and 21.2% in September 2020, when dwell time began to accelerate as consumer demand returned. And here they highlight San Pedro Bay percentage of containers with dwell time over 5 days from January 2019 through September 2021. And obviously you see where things really started to pick up was probably July 2020 time frame. Kind of peaked out maybe around January of this year, dipped back, and then has risen precipitously yet again. Says while it is obvious, it is important to note that the higher dwell times at the ports and terminals lead to less overall supply chain efficiency and can impact volume throughput. For example, JBHT recently reported during their third quarter 21 earnings call that congestion led to lower container turn efficiency to 1.62 from the end of second quarter 21. chassis also saw accelerated street dwell times in the most recent week, week 40, at the Port of LA and Long Beach. August, weeks 37 to 39, averaged a street dwell time of 7 days, before increasing to 9 days in week 40 for 20-foot chassis. 40 and 45-foot chassis similarly jumped in mid-October to 10 days from the 8.5-day average over the previous 3 weeks. And here we see the dwell times in that 20-foot in the dark blue, 40 to 45-foot in the lighter blue, all of which increasing. It says it's not all bad news. In recent weeks, rails have seen an opposite trend as fluidity has continued to improve in their networks, starting at the ports, decreasing their average dwell time to 5.5 days in September from 11.8-day highs in June. Now, mind you, on show here this morning, we just talked about Union Pacific. They had increased profits in that for third quarter. However, they saw that the volume had gone down, and of course, they're pointing the finger back at chassis drivers and warehouse operations not following suit, be it in 24/7 operations as well. So a little bit of a confluence here. As a result of the surge in client interest in supply chain issues on the West Coast, Goldman recently introduced the PMI Manufacturing Suppliers Delivery Times Index from IHS Markit to its supply chain congestion tracker. Purchasing managers respond to IHS Markit's PMI surveys, indicating if it is taking their suppliers more or less time to provide inputs to their manufacturing. Above 50 indicates that supply delivery times are faster, and below indicates that delivery is slower. Manufacturers have reported significant increases in delivery times, with the current index level in September at 16.6, down significantly from July 2020 of 47.2. And here we see that depicted graphically. On an inverted basis, the index has increased 62% year over year in September, reflecting the large increase in supplier delays. On a roll, Goldman then makes another patently obvious observation, noting that congestion at the ports ultimately leads to higher rates in ocean freight, and it can also have an impact to air and truck rates as well. To be sure, as noted above, while prices have started to abate from record levels in mid-September in ocean freight, don't get your hopes up. This is entirely due to another temporary lockdown in Chinese supply chains, a result of the reduction in manufacturing due to China's ongoing power crunch and energy crisis. They still increased 350% year over year in the week ending October 15th. Prices will remain elevated until congestion abates or demand normalizes. It is unclear when either of these will happen. And here we see West Coast ocean freight pricing, and that has gone up, and up from, in red here, this is 2021, July-August time frame, kind of peak, drop back, and then here we are, September-October, drop back, and now we're picking up yet again. Says more ominously, as of October 18th, air freight from Hong Kong to North America was $10.45 per kilogram, up 97% year over year from $5.31. So again, the knock-on effect is not just freight moving by water, but also freight moving by air. Goldman's bottom line is that the data the bank tracks for supply chain congestion lines up with company commentaries during conferences in August and the start of this current third quarter 21 earnings season. And it goes on to highlight some of the double pendulum if the economy is indeed like a pendulum swinging back and forth here. A couple of depictions of that. Surely this is a model. Supply and demand are closely linked, and short supply can increase demand, obviously depicting empty shelves, which I'm sure many of us are seeing around the country. The system needs to do more than just ramp up supply. It also needs to squash demand, or the wild gyrations will continue, right? That means inducing another artificial recession to cripple demand, something which we doubt the Dems controlling the 78-year-old in the White House will be able to stomach. Now think of that. You know, they've got a $3.5 trillion plan that they want to try and push through. They've got some steadfast folks like Manchin and Sinema trying to prevent that. There's some things that they don't like about it. Obviously, this has really nothing to do with infrastructure. Only 10% of said $3.5 trillion is really geared toward infrastructure. A lot of handouts and gimmies to their crony friends and whatnot. But nonetheless, you think that old Nancy Pelosi is going to give the old plebe some more crumbs off Nancy Antoinette's table? I doubt it. So aside from that, over the weekend, we had a fire breakout on a ship that lost 40 containers off the U.S. Pacific coast. Now, granted, this wasn't down LA Long Beach area, but nonetheless. It says the container ship that lost dozens of containers in heavy seas west of the U.S.-Canadian border Friday has reportedly caught fire on Saturday. Until Walrus, according to radio traffic, 2 tugboats with firefighting capability and firefighting equipment on board have been tasked with helping put out the fire. And here's some visuals of that.
Assistance with the extinguishing of fire. I repeat, require assistance with extinguishing of fire. Over. Jim Kingston, Victoria Cruiser, roger.
So that was the radio call for the Zim Kingston, which was the container ship which lost the 40 containers off the coast of Vancouver. And it goes on to state, says the Maltese-flagged Zim Kingston is now anchored at Constance Bank in the Strait of Juan de Fuca off of Victoria, British Columbia. And photos published on social media show a fire broke out in the cargo area. Obviously, you can see the flamage in that, right in that area. Not good. Fire video, very intense, a little bit closer up. Aside from that, it says looks like they pushed a flaming container off the Zim Kingston, so apparently they dumped the cargo overboard. Czech News' Nicholas Peskad reports early Sunday morning that 10 containers are now on fire. And there they highlight that. The ship itself wasn't on fire. 5 crew were to remain on board overnight to help fight the fire, and the fire was spreading, but not a risk to public on shore. There have also been no calls to abandon ship, but 16 crew members were evacuated, leaving 5 still on board. There are reports that hazardous materials in 2 of the shipping containers caught fire. This is the same vessel that lost 40 containers due to rough waters on Friday. The Canadian and U.S. Coast Guards are still monitoring the situation, given possible environmental hazards. Now, mind you, this is all while the purported bomb cyclone was going on up in the northwest corner. Presumably, that must have contributed to the high seas and that, potentially caused the 35 to 40 containers to get dumped. And so there's, here they highlight that next significant storm system for Sunday and the Monday is taking shape 1,900 miles to our west this evening. Fast-moving clouds to its south is the location of the jet stream, which will interact with the system as it develops and strengthens over the weekend. And that is their bomb cyclone, and that they depicted. It says in April, report surged of containers being lost at sea as vessels were being stacked to full capacity amid strained supply chains. The unintended consequences of packing ships full of cargo is that they become more accident-prone in rough waters. Add this potential risk to an already fragile supply chain that is experiencing record congestion at ports. So aside from that, port congestion could be worse than a Lehman crash, Flexport CEO warns. The port shutting down is worse than Lehman Brothers failing. Both can lead to catastrophic failures of all counterparties depending on them. But with Lehman, the government could just print tons of money to flood the banks with liquidity. Ryan Peterson, chief executive officer of logistics company Flexport, warned Friday after touring log-jammed U.S. West Coast ports. Peterson said his firm hired a boat captain to tour LA and Long Beach ports, which account for 40% of all shipping containers entering the U.S. He said during the 3-hour loop through the ports, passing every single terminal, we saw less than a dozen containers get unloaded. Now think about that. Joe just told us, hey, 24/7 operations, right? However, I highlighted a problem. You can go back on the channel here and take a look at what was going on, and by way of what's going on, especially with rigs and so forth in California, one might begin to understand why we're only seeing a dozen containers get unloaded in the short time that this guy was there. He said the twin ports have hundreds of cranes, but only 7 were even operating, and those that were seemed to be going pretty slow. He said the bottleneck that everyone now agrees on is yard space, and that terminals are simply overflowing with containers, which mean they no longer have space to take in new containers either from ships or land. It's a true traffic jam. The bottleneck right now is not the cranes, it's yard space at the container terminals, and it's empty chassis to come clear those containers out, he said. The twin ports appear to be at a standstill, even though Biden issued a directive last week to keep them operating on a 24/7 basis. But that seems to be not enough, because the resident has weighed the use of the National Guard to alleviate constraints. Peterson suggested a simple plan for the state and federal government to partner with ports, truckers, and everyone else in the chain to create temporary container yards that stack empty ones up to 6 high instead of the limit of 2. This would free up tens of thousands of chassis that right now that are just storing containers on wheels. Those chassis can immediately be taken to the ports to haul away the containers. He said it was necessary to correct the bottleneck because it's a negative feedback loop that is rapidly cycling out of control that will destroy the global economy if it continues unabated. Goldman Sachs' Jordan Alliger agreed and told clients to monitor the ports. He said the most notable congestion indicator is the number of container ships anchored, waiting to offload their freight, returned to 70 ships anchored on October 18th, after hitting a record of 73 on September 19th, compared to their pre-pandemic average of 0 to 1 ships. And here again, highlighting that. Peterson is right. The monetary wonks at the Federal Reserve are way over their heads. They can't print their way out of this shipping crisis they helped spark by unleashing unprecedented monetary injections into capital markets over the last 19 months. The circulatory system of the global economy risks breaking as port congestion worsens. Well, I can think of an idea. Even DeSantis has said, hey, we're going to open up ports in Florida. Why do we got to ship 40% of our goods into LA and Long Beach? Again, highlighting the fact that Newsom, per his recall election, fraudulent or not, the possibility was always there that California, by the regulations, would hold the rest of the country hostage. And it appears that is exactly what's taking shape. Aside from that, the questions asked is, are the U.S. supply chain disruptions deliberate? I tend to believe so. I don't think it's an accident by any means. Martin Armstrong out of Armstrong Economics says this: Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adamayo may have accidentally leaked the cause of America's supply chain issues. The reality is the only way we're going to get a place where we work through this transition is if everyone in America and everyone around the world gets vaccinated. Oh, there it is. Well, things will all just go back to normal if everybody just takes the poison dart in their arm. Adamayo admitted in an interview with ABC News, starve them out, let the dissenters suffer, and those who bought into this agenda will turn against them. Adamayo said that the Biden administration has already provided the resources the American people need to make it to the other side. Basically, everyone should give in to the vaccine mandate or face the consequences. They are masking authoritarianism as utilitarianism. The vaccine has not been mandated at the federal level in the U.S. yet, but it is apparent that the government plans to make life as difficult as possible for those who do not obey. Echoing the Fed, Adamayo said the inflation is transitory. BS, we talked about that ad nauseum. And as part of the transition, we are seeing higher pieces for some of the things people have to buy. That's exactly why the resident was focused in the American Rescue Plan in ensuring on getting stimulus into the hands of the American people so they'd be able to buy the products they need. Yes, that $600 stimmy check that old Nancy dumped off her crumb table was more than enough to do that, wasn't it? Yes, the government expects us, the great unwashed, to be thankful for their measly handouts to purchase unavailable products at an all-time high. There is a reason people have recently nicknamed the resident Bare Shelves Biden, with the hashtag Bare Shelves Biden and Empty Shelves Joe becoming a viral sensation. Although the Biden administration met the ports of Long Beach and LA, which handles 40% of the nation's goods, the promise of a 24/7 operation has not yet occurred. There is no estimated time of arrival for when the ports will begin 24/7 operations either. Some ships are allegedly waiting 12 days at anchor before reaching the dock, and over 60 vessels are idled in the San Pedro Bay at the moment. With one of the nation's busiest shopping holidays approaching, followed by ongoing seasonal shopping, the matter is likely to turn ugly. Taking it a step further, the Dems are also demanding the GOP pass the multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure bill and are now using it as leverage. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said, "One thing that has not been talked about enough is Moody's finding about how the overall Build Back Better vision is designed to reduce inflationary pressures." Sure it is. So, if you care about inflation, you ought to care about not just the supply chain issues, not just the infrastructure things I work on, but also the provisions in Build Back Better, like paid family leave, like making it easier to afford childcare, like community college, that are going to give us a stronger labor force and help us deal with that major constraint on economic growth. Buttigieg also claimed that he knew with certainty that the supply chain crisis is expected to last well into 2022. Perhaps the issue will last into Socrates' projected political panic cycle for 2023. And so there you see it. They want to use this as a crutch. Do you think that's going to work very well for them come midterms? Probably not. So we'll have to see. Nonetheless, a quick update on where shipping woes and supply chain issues continue to plague us at this point. And of course, we'll keep eyes and tabs on it here on the morning show if you join me here throughout the week, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, and we'll see you back on the next one. Take care. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, you got a little something out of that at least. A little bit of an update. Didn't exactly plan to go down the path of some financials here, but for those that miss it in the morning, well, you got just a little bit of a healthy dose there. And that being said, we are at the top of the hour. I see Pixels rolling over from 412 show here this afternoon. How we doing?
Not bad, man. How you doing?
Oh, it's just another peachy day in paradise, man.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So, anything out there catching your eye today?
Take your pick. Where do you want to start?
It's a busy day. I was actually kind of frustrated earlier when I did my 3:00 show, because I had already kind of finished up my show prep. I knew what I was going to be covering, and then right after that, so much stuff started coming out, which is usually why I like doing a show later on in the evening, like around this time. Because pretty much everything that's going to come out during the day has come out by that time.
I guess, did we hear anything more by way of the bomb scares in both D.C. and Paris today?
Actually, those are some things that I haven't even seen, interestingly enough. Go ahead. I want to hear about this.
Yeah, so earlier today, probably about noontime, it was reported that, it was out of Department of Health and Human Services. There was a bomb scare where they shut down about 6 streets in D.C. And then on top of that, around the same time, I guess it was, maybe, I can't tell here, maybe 2:41 p.m., I suppose, Paris time. The Gare du Nord railway station in Paris evacuated after a bomb threat. And it's like, let's put 2 and 2 together here. What are the odds? What is the chance of a coincidence of a bomb scare in 2 major cities occurring at the same time?
Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it? Seems a little bit coordinated.
Perhaps, and I wonder what they're worried about here.
Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. Did you not to change the subject, but this is something that caught my eye about an hour ago. Did you see the news coming out of Brazil about Bolsonaro?
I have not.
A group of senators in Brazil are trying to charge him for crimes against humanity and other ridiculous charges.
Oh
Apparently
boy, good luck.
Yeah, I know. Apparently for the for how he responded to the COVID pandemic. So I don't know. They have I guess the Attorney General Augusto Arras was a Bolsonaro appointee and ally, and it's unlikely that he's going to press charges. But I thought it was really interesting that they're trying to charge the president over there with crimes against humanity for not being tyrannical enough.
Well, yeah, considering the size of the crowds you see that are in support of him not locking down and doing all these nefarious measures, there's a reason why Bolsonaro was called the Trump of the tropics.
And actually, I think that President Trump either today or yesterday endorsed Bolsonaro, so I find this timing to be really interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. What's up, guys?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Not too much. Spectre, it's always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Welcome, and Season Pixels. Long time no see, buddy.
Yeah, I know. It felt like a million years ago we were just talking about all kinds of things, but I think it was actually just a few minutes ago.
Spectre, what have you been covering today, man? You've been on for a while. What's the big story?
All the things. I covered all the things today. I was just telling Pixels about these bomb scares and that in both DC and Paris today. Not sure if that's just happens to be a coincidence or not, or if there's more to it. Let's see. What other fun stuff? Matt Gaetz, the guy behind the scenes, got arrested for threatening him today.
Yeah, I missed that one on. I had that in my stack. I totally forgot to bring it up today.
Yeah, we got a serial rapist CIA agent arrested for drugging and raping who knows how many women, and that FBI investigating, of course. So I am totally reassured that will go somewhere. And let's see, McAuliffe caught buying fake news ads. Just your typical run of the day stuff.
Fun little Wednesday. A fun little Wednesday.
Yeah.
Spectre, what do you follow? Because I've got like Breitbart, Epic Times, Just the News, National Review, Populist Press, The Federalist, Gateway Pundit. I haven't seen any of those things today.
Well, if behind the scenes you happen to jump over to one of my servers where I've got about 200 or so sources and that lined up, you would
heard a lot about that. Actually.
Yeah, you would be able to see a lot of this stuff. It's kind of crazy.
Good stuff.
I guess I need to step up my aggregating game, man.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to be like the news guy of Foxhole, and I'm hearing about stuff for the first time today.
Painful. Spectre's got I think Spectre's got probably the best archiving skills when it comes to news of anybody I've ever seen. Dude's an absolute monster.
I will tell you this. I just crossed a major milestone just this week with said efforts that predate the Q era and all that stuff. For over 300 weeks, I have now been documenting history as it happens. So consider how many weeks are in a year. 300 weeks is what, 6+ years, roughly. Yeah. And starting off in the early days, I wasn't as, I would say, regimented doing what I do as what I do now. And so like the first 4 or 5 versions of these probably actually encompass maybe about a year and a half. So that being said, this has been a long haul effort to document history as it happens so that, you get these idiots who want to tear down statues and rewrite history. Nah, not on my book.
Good, man. I know. It's been a while since I've dug into that spreadsheet you used to keep.
Oh, geez, it's massive.
I'm sure. Yeah,
it's out of control.
Yeah, I should take another look at that at some point. At some point soon. That thing was impressive, and I might be able to help with that a little bit, given my skill set with data. I don't know. I should maybe revisit that sometime.
Big database. That's all I got to say. Big database.
Absolutely, absolutely. So anyway, I want to start today's show with an explanation of a new nickname for my good friend Season Pixels here. I need to understand this. So I have to let me go on my phone because our buddy Cage Farmer sent me a text and he says, "I'm dying, LOL. Pixels is now Spunkles. Laughing my ass off. I had nothing to do with it. I'll let him explain." And this is all I've gotten from this. And now in my chat today, as Pixels comes in, a bunch of people start saying Spunkles. And I just have to know, explain yourself, Pixels, or should I say Spunkles?
Monday, I came on to my my show, The Breakdown, as all of you guys, you know and love The Breakdown. I came onto the show and I was highly energetic, and I was trying to convey to the audience that I was highly energetic. Couldn't find the right word and ended up saying I've got that spunk today. And then I accidentally took it a step further and said maybe my new nickname is gonna, because immediately I realized as soon as I said it, I'm like, I should not have said that.
Oh God,
that was like so bad. So then I started kind of joking like, oh God, now chat's gonna come up with a new nickname like Seasoned Spunkles or something, and of course I shouldn't have said that either. They picked it up and now it's a thing. So there's
rookie mistake. Well, there you go, mystery solved. I was like, that's my response. I was like, oh, that's a terrible nickname. How'd that happen? Anyway, all right. I had to know. Now that I know, we can get on to business.
Serious matters.
Yeah, serious matters. Fucking Spunkles. Sorry to derail this serious conversation. Spectre's here listing like all these like serious news things happening, talking about archiving 6 years of history, fighting back against these psychos that are trying to rewrite history and everything. And I'm like, Pixels, tell me about your silly nickname.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, sometimes you get a little excited and words don't exactly come out as intended. And for whatever reason, chat tends to hang on to those. I don't know why.
Yeah, right.
It's hilarious.
It is pretty funny. I want to see if I could find Ben Sass versus Garland here today.
Yeah, Ben Sass got a little sassy today.
Yeah, this was awesome. I don't know if this is the full exchange between Ben Sass, and this is the only one that we didn't watch that I saw today when I was trying to catch some of this that I thought was really well done. I can't stand Ben Sass. I think Ben Sass is everything that's wrong with Republicans, and the guy is a total tool, total freaking tool. But hold on, I'm all messed up here. But anyway, he, for whatever reason, his special interest donors or whatever it is, they weren't on his back about this, I guess, so much. I gotta try to find this exact. I don't want to get his full exchange because it was really good. Here we go. But it was really good. So I want to give him credit where credit's due. I didn't play this one. I played Holly and Tom Cotton on the show at 4:00. We didn't have time for Sass, but I figure we might as well play this one too. Ben Sass grilling Garland.
Sound.
That's all right. I was just saving you guys the pain and suffering of listening to Farticus speak there. Share computer sound. There we go.
Sir, forgive me, Omaha. Omaha's not a state, brother. I'm sorry. Where are you from, sir?
We used to be able to beat Stanford in football, and we will return.
Chairwoman.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Corey's not as funny as I thought he would be there. Attorney General, I know you're tired of talking about the memo.
I'm not.
But did you say you're not?
I'm happy to answer any questions you have, sir.
I think most of us and most of the American people are just sort of flabbergasted. If your answer is you have no regrets about this memo, is that what you're telling us? You think this was wise?
Senator, the obligation of the Justice Department is to protect the American people against violence, including threats of violence, and that particularly includes public officials. I think that is still a concern for the department. This memo doesn't do anything more than ask our law enforcement to consult with state and local law enforcement to determine whether they need assistance in this regard and whether there are any federal jurisdictional issues involved. The
General,
recognizes
you
the right.
and I both know that it is political hackery that brought that topic to your desk, not reality. I am strongly against all violence against everyone in public life and all threats of violence. You've not at any point here given us any data that show why this would in any way be a federal priority at this time. The chairman, not here right now, but Chairman Durbin has repeatedly talked about how this morning he Googled it and is pretty convinced there must be lots of threats. Can you help us understand why so many states are disconnecting their organizations from the National Association of School Boards? You are aware that the National Association of School Boards has recanted of the memo, correct? You know they've rejected their own letter to you, or you're aware of that?
I read their letter. Their letter doesn't recant their concerns about safety. It recants some of the language in their letter.
We're all for safety.
Which I did not adopt. The language that they have recanted, I never adopted and never would adopt.
Why did the Ohio School Boards Association sever their relationship with the National School Boards Association?
I don't know.
Why did the Missouri School Boards Association sever their relationship with the National School Boards Association? Why did the Pennsylvania School Boards Association sever their relationship with the National School Boards Association? Because this was political hackery. The kind of stuff you told us when you were seeking confirmation that you would be against. And you had the audacity to begin your opening statement today by telling us one of your big 3 priorities was to make sure communications between the White House and the Justice Department were not politicized. The last 3 administrations in a row have politicized the Department of Justice, the 3 including you now. You told us one of your priorities in running DOJ was to reject the kinds of politicization we saw in the Trump DOJ and in the Obama DOJ. You told us that was one of your priorities. You wrote a memo here that came from political staffers who've been rejected by their own organization, coordinating with the White House to try to exaggerate a threat so that they could make sure parents felt intimidated. You've told us, I wouldn't use the exact language Senator Kennedy used about that you were a vessel, but one of 2 things is true here. Either you were just a vessel of political comm staffers at the White House, or you yourself are in favor of politicizing the DOJ. You told one of my colleagues a minute ago that you've not read the memo from the U.S. Attorney for Montana. I'll read it to you if you want, or I'll bring it to you and you can read it. This is one of your direct reports. It's an insane letter. The U.S. Attorney for Montana takes as predicate for why he's doing what he's doing your memo, and on October 14th, he sends a list of all the counterterrorism statutes that should be considered to be used against parents who are upset about things that might be happening at their school boards. Maybe there's lots of specific evidence of violence being threatened against school board members in Montana, but his memo, or his response to your memo, includes a letter where he says that anonymous telecommunications harassment, repeated telephone calls, or repeated harassing communications should be things that are potentially brought up as the basis for federal charges against parents. Do you agree with this letter of October 14th?
Senator, I'm going to say again, this is aimed at violence and threats of violence, and I don't care whether they come from the left or from the right or from up or from down. I don't care if they're in favor of curriculum or against a particular kinds of a curriculum. We can imagine this, all these kind of these arguments against school boards coming from either the left or the right. It doesn't matter. Arguments against school boards are protected by the First Amendment. Threats are not protected by the First Amendment. And we received a letter from the National Association of School Boards. No reason to believe.
No, you didn't receive an anonymous letter. White House political staff co-wrote it with this organization, which is why the organization has rejected it. You know these facts now to be true, and yet you still won't disavow your memo. Why? You didn't receive some objective, neutral letter because all these people were being threatened. You are responding to a political campaign to politicize the Department of Justice. How big is the threat that American parents pose right now? When you lead a big organization, you have 100,000 plus employees. You have a lot of violence to go after. Are parents at school boards one of the top 3 concerns you face right now?
This memorandum is not about parents at school boards. It doesn't matter whether they're parents or anyone else. It has to do with threats against public school teachers, public school officials. It is not political.
I'm against all those threats. I want to know what the data is.
I don't need data in order to assess.
To respond to a political staffer's campaign out of the White House.
The purpose of this memorandum is to get our law enforcement to assess the extent of the problem. And if there is no problem, if states and local law enforcement are capable of handling the problem, then there is no need for our involvement. This memo does not say to begin prosecuting anybody. It says to make assessments. That's what we do in the Justice Department. It has nothing to do with politics.
Will you report back to this committee with what you find about these threats? Because what you just said, I completely agree with. We are against violence against public officials. You and I agree. We are against threats of violence against public officials. You and I agree. We are for local police powers investigating local crimes. And there are definitely yokels and idiots that make threats against lots of people in public life. I don't minimize it. You shouldn't minimize it. You're not minimizing it. But we both believe, and in your heart of hearts, I'm pretty sure you believe, that local law enforcement is more than able to handle some one idiot or 12 idiots at school board meetings. But you made it a federal issue, and I don't have any idea why, and at no point today have you offered us a shred of data. So my question is, will you pledge you will report back to this committee with the results of your investigation about how big a threat the American parent class is to school boards in the country?
I will be happy to get a report back to you, but this is not about the American parent class.
I know, it's about the politicization of DOJ, and you decided to submit as a vessel, and you know better.
I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that, Senator.
Ben, I don't agree with everything Ben says. I don't. I think he's a tool. I think he's a rhino. I think he's a bit of a scumbag. But every once in a while, there's an issue that he can actually sound off on that doesn't piss off one of his handlers or donors or whatever. And I think this kind of thing with Garland and this letter fell into that purview. And with that, he was able to actually do something productive with his time in a hearing. And I thought I did a really good job kind of calmly and articulately, like, pointing out the political aspect of all of this, right? I thought he did that. He isolated that aspect of it. This was coming from the White House. It was a political document. You submitted it as a vessel. It was good stuff. It was good stuff from Sass. I'm not a fan, but also I'll give some credit where it's due. And I thought he deserved a bit of a shout out there. So I think that kind of completes what I saw today. I heard Ted Cruz was really good too, but I didn't see Ted Cruz. I was working on the show and live by the time he had his turn. So I don't know, Pixels, what do you think about what we just played there?
Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of the testimony from today, and I don't know. I kind of just feel it's just like political theater, and I'm proud of the way that that many of the Republicans have handled it, but at the same time, to me, the entire situation just seems convoluted, and it's just political theater. You know what I mean? No real answers were gotten today from A.G. Garland. That's the thing that keeps sticking in my head, is that, despite the Republicans being able to effectively use their time and hammer down on certain issues, nothing of substance was really gotten from the hearing, which bothers me. And I think that this is something that is something that's concerning me, and that has been concerning me now for years, is that, hearings used to be for the purpose of getting the information from whoever's testifying and then using that information to drive the reasoning behind legislation or holding certain people accountable. It no longer seems to me that hearings are being held for that function. It seems to me that they're now being held as just public dog and pony shows where people get to opine and that's it. Do you kind of get what I'm saying?
Oh, it's 100%. Everyone's going in there for a soundbite for sure.
So I don't know. It's just kind of frustrating to me. At no point in time did Sass there ask a question and get a straight answer from Garland.
You can't force Garland to, like, you can't put his hand up in his ass and work him like a puppet to say or actually answer the question. I mean,
I understand.
The witnesses, but what they did successfully do is show, one, that this guy is incompetent, two, that he's not in charge of anything, three, that he seems to be very unaware of what's going on around him, four, that he is not honest, he's contradicting himself constantly. I think if anyone were to watch, they would at the very least see the true character of the AG, which is an accomplishment. But the problem, to your point, is how much of that hearing is anyone that's not like us going to watch, right? Like, we're all kind of junkies with this stuff. We'll sit there, we'll watch a 3-hour hearing because, I don't know, we're masochists and gluttons for punishment. But the average American, their eyes would roll into the back of their head before Dickie Durbin got 3 minutes into his opening remarks. They'd be out for the count. So it's like political theater. They get their sound bites, they use it for campaigns, they put it on their Twitter pages. I agree with you. It is largely a dog and pony show. Will there be tangible change, like on an official, policy or behavioral standpoint from the Department of Justice or the Senate? No, absolutely not in the short term. But if it wakes up 10 more people, if 10 people see the clip and they're like, holy shit, like like this is messed up, like, and they were completely unaware before it, they happen to be scrolling through Twitter or wherever, accidentally clicked on a trending tab somewhere, if it gets in front of people, it could be effective. So I'm glad they do it, but I agree with you that the Senate's not doing it with any real desire to change behavior. They're doing it for their sound bites. Excuse me. Well, that snuck up on me. But yeah, and not much else to say about it. I guess it is a dog and pony show, 100%.
Yeah, and it's like podcasters and show hosts like us, and of course the mainstream media. They'll talk about it for a couple days and then it'll be forgotten about. And it just seems to me like I don't know. Hearings very rarely matter anymore, which is sad. Because I don't know, because hearings used to be a very, very powerful thing for representatives to actually represent their constituents, but any longer it's just a publicized argument between two different factions in the government. So there you guys go. Mighty Patriot out there gifted a cookie. Thank you very much, Mighty Patriot, for the cookie. And I see some people out there saying that Foxhole's having problems. It seems to be playing just fine for me. I did have to refresh it one time, but it seems fine to me now. Moving on to something, I just wanted to bring this up. This just came up from the National Review, and I just kind of wanted to make a joke about it. Millie says China's hypersonic missile launch is very close to a Sputnik moment. I'm surprised he didn't say an I am Spartacus moment. I've been hearing things about this, Adel, and it seems to me, and TikTok out there would agree with me. I think people are freaking out about this maybe more than what's warranted. As you know, Adel, I mean, we've had this technology for a very long time, and I wouldn't be surprised if we already have technology maybe that's secret that can stop it. Of course, it would make sense that if we have a certain weapon, we'd actually have to have defenses against that kind of weapon as well. It only makes sense to me. I don't know, Adel. I mean, what do you think about this whole hypersonic missile thing from China? I'm not worried about it. I'm not.
What the fuck can I do about it? Like, of all the things that I should worry about, like China dropping a hypersonic nuke on us or missile on us is okay. Like, if they're gonna do that, they're gonna do that. Like,
yeah.
What am I gonna do? Like, fly up in the sky like Superman, like when it's launched and redirect it into space or some shit? I mean, like, that's so far beyond anything that I can even. Like, look, you want to talk election fraud? Like, I feel like we can motivate people, get them out into their local government, and like do like there's some path there to hand. Like, you're talking about the Communist Party of China, some hypersonic missile. Yeah, that would suck. Like, the idea is frightening. Am I frightened about it, or am I wasting one iota of my energy worrying about it? Absolutely freaking not. There's
Yeah.
absolutely, like, what in the world? You have inflation, a supply chain, parents being targeted at school boards by the FBI, stolen elections, and that's just to name a few things. You have political prisoners from January 6th being held in the country, and that whole thing going on. Um, I know you have the border being invaded on a daily basis, the southern border, that whole situation. I'll even throw in a scamdemic on top of it all. And I'm supposed to be worried about a hypersonic missile from China. Like, that's where you want. I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not worried at all about it.
Neither am I. I'm not worried about it. What I want to really get to, though, is there seems to be a media campaign to gin up fear around the issue. My question is, why? I mean, is this predictive programming, or is there going to be some sort of conflict with China, or why do you think they're pushing this out there so much?
Fear sells, for one. It's great clickbait. Fear sells. Two, I truly believe in the idea of, like, the spiritual nature of things, and I think that they feed on the energy, like the entities that drive evil feeds on the energy of fear. Um, and I don't know if it's predictive programming or not. I think it's just these people try to create so much chaos, so we can't focus on anything long enough to make a change. So if they have all these other, things that they're working on, all these other agendas between climate change and whatever else, climate change, or federalizing elections, or the infrastructure bill, or you name it, right? They got a million different ways of trying to screw over the American people. Well, hey, let's just spread those in that might be resistant to it. Let's spread their attention a little bit thinner, like one more thing for them to go and read about, research, think about, that's not any of the ways that they're being fucked right here in the country. So I just think it's an attempt to take something that they've probably known about for a long time, that China's had, and dust it off and throw it out there to, again, just spread our attention thinner. That's my guess anyway. I don't know.
Right on. Okay, I got another thing here from the Washington Free Beacon, and I know that I mentioned it earlier on your on your show, but we didn't really get to talk about it. Former Clinton operative charged with securities fraud. So just listen to this. Authorities in Denver have ordered the arrest of Steve Bakar, a longtime Clinton operative and socially responsible investor who has been charged with felony theft and securities fraud. He was the former co-chair of the Clinton Global Initiative, and is also under investigation for unrelated allegations that he mishandled millions of dollars allocated for personal protective equipment at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Bakar is accused of stealing as much as $1 million and lying to an investor in connection with the offer, sale, or purchase of a security, according to the criminal complaint filed by the Denver District Attorney's Office. The crimes are alleged to have occurred between October 2017 and August 2018. The former Clinton operative told the Denver Post the criminal charges were outrageous, unfounded, and false, and he looks forward to letting the facts come to light. So, really interesting stuff here from the Washington Free Beacon. Do you think that this is, what do you think of this? Is this the first time you've seen this today?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that at all. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Honestly, I don't know if that's going to if anyone else is going to be kind of tied up in that or what, but I have no idea. I just know that all things touching Clinton right now seem to be under a little bit of siege, with Durham heating up and whatnot, and Uma Abedin's name being put back out there again. I think, I don't know, if I'm the Clintons, I'm not sleeping too well. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there might be something on the way. I don't know. I mean, I've gotten excited before about the potential of justice for these people, but who knows? Maybe this time it's actually starting to build towards that.
Yeah, and I don't know. The only thing about all this happening right now that concerns me is that Merrick Garland is currently running the Department of Justice, or that's who we're led to believe is running the Department of Justice. So it's like I don't know.
Wouldn't that be the perfect time? Like if you were to, let's say you were a patriot prosecutor, right? Like, wouldn't this be the perfect time to start doing this stuff? Because maybe a lot of the forces out there, the entities in control might think that they have that security blanket of Merrick Garland, right? So they let these things kind of continue, thinking they can shut them down before they get too far. What if something were to happen to where like there was like, I don't know, I don't want to sound like the hopium dealer, but fuck it. Like, what if the election was overturned all of a sudden, right? And these investigations never stopped because they had all this hubris thinking that they could pardon their way out of it, or, through their control of the Justice Department, kind of put the kibosh on it all. What if the election was overturned and all of a sudden Merrick Garland's not AG anymore? All these investigations have been moving forward. And all of a sudden you have President Trump picking his new attorney general. I don't know, maybe Sidney Powell or someone like that, right? Good luck getting your Senate confirmed, but that's besides the point. Could you imagine those hearings? My God.
Oh man.
But anyway,
what did you mean by release the Kraken?
Do you actually have a 9-story tall octopus on staff? I don't know, man. Like I said, I gave up all hope or faith on Durham, and I'm realizing now that was a bit foolish to do, because clearly, like, there is still something happening there, and there continues to be movement. I don't understand. What I'm quickly learning is I don't understand shit about shit when it comes to the inner workings of the Justice Department, how criminal investigations go, especially when it gets to like a level of like RICO with special counsels and things like that. There's so much to that machine, right, that we don't understand, that it's so hard to make heads or tails of anything that we see. We get these basically third and fourth hand reports, even from the news that we like. It always gets filtered through so much. I don't know. I'm babbling at this point, but
no, I mean, it comes from a source familiar with the matter, and then it's worded in the words of the journalist, and it's just, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so we're always kept, so we don't have a seat at the table. We don't have eyes in the actual room. You know what I mean? So everything we're given basically on faith. Right? Yeah. On good faith. And we don't have a lot of good faith with the people giving it to us. Yeah. So it's so hard to tell, man. Like, with all of this, like with that investigation, does that tie into Durham? Is it separate? Is it a nothing burger? Is it the biggest story of the fucking year? We don't know. We don't know until someone ends up in cuffs. And so far we haven't seen anybody end up in cuffs. So it's all hogwash until we do. So it's one of those things. It's fun to follow. It's exciting to follow. You learn a lot. You see a lot. You get to understand the different characters and some of how this all connects, but you don't know what's real and what's not, what's being taken seriously, what's not, what's actually going to produce any kind of, what trees are going to produce fruit. You just don't know, and it's fun to cover. But at this point, it's just like I don't even try anymore. I see like Durham did this, and this. I'm like, well, that means something. I can't tell you what, but I'm telling you it means something.
Right. No, I get where you're coming from. Here's one that just came out from Breitbart. This is hot off the press. Literally just now came out. Biden gives illegal aliens protected areas where they can evade arrest. So just another example of the Biden administration breaking the law brazenly in broad daylight, and no one's going to do anything about it. That's the other thing about covering all this stuff, is that it's so exhausting for this type of thing to happen over and over and over again, and there's no even like semblance of a maybe there's going to be accountability in sight. I mean, it's a tough thing to report something like this and then have to just stop at like, yep, that's what happened.
The best we could hope for is political accountability at this point, where these people get, like, everyone involved that is elected, that's perpetrating this stuff, gets voted out. Like, that's the first kind of justice we're going to get, I think, is political justice or political accountability. And then hopefully that leads to a revamping of the actual machinery that gives criminal justice. But yeah, I don't see any accountability coming anytime soon. Pixels, at least not until we go to the polls again.
So this is the DHS, led by Alejandro Mayorkas, who is not only a complete moron but a liar. Everything that comes out of the guy's mouth is a damn lie. Yep. But here's the list of protected areas. They've provided a list of places where ICE is not allowed to arrest illegal immigrants. Here it is: at schools, at healthcare facilities, at places of worship, at playgrounds, child care centers, and school bus stops. Crisis centers, homeless shelters, rehab facilities, and food banks, disaster relief centers, funerals or weddings. What the fuck, dude? And protests, rallies, and parades. So if you're an illegal immigrant trying to come into the country, all you gotta do is be basically anywhere, and you won't be arrested by ICE.
Give them credit, Pixels. You know they wanted to put polling stations on that list. You know they wanted to put polling stations on that list. You know they did. I want to see a first draft. I want to see a first draft because I'm willing to bet that polling stations was on that. Like, wait a minute, they're not supposed to vote. Yeah, but okay, take it off. I don't know.
You know the part of this that really concerns me though is like the playgrounds, child care centers, and school bus stops. They felt the need to add those to the list of places where illegal immigrants can't be arrested. Well, what if you have a scenario when an illegal immigrant who happens to be a human smuggler is at a playground, a child care center, or a school bus stop trying to, I don't know, abduct a child and sell them into sex slavery, like what happens all the freaking time with these freaking human traffickers, and now ICE is not allowed to arrest them? I feel like the administration is literally taking steps.
So ICE can't do stuff. When do we the people take this into our own hands? You know what I mean? Like
they're gonna push it to that point. There's gonna be vigilantism going on.
When do you just see an army of Americans just lining the border with their own F-150s and Dodge Rams and whatever, and just sitting on the beds of their trucks with fucking sniper rifles aimed across the border, just waiting for someone to cross, because that's ultimately where I think this needs to go. I'm not calling or advocating for it, but I don't see any other solution to our border problem.
Logical conclusion to what's happening.
Put the wall up and then put a bunch of armed, pissed off citizens at the border. And I hate to say it, but shoot anybody that tries to cross anywhere but, the actual places they're supposed to. It's an invasion. You would shoot at an invading army crossing your border. When you have 10,000 military-aged men walking through, treat it the same way. That's kind of where I'm at. There's a humanitarian side of me that doesn't want unnecessary death or whatever, but at the same time, I'm not about to let somebody uninvited walk through the front door of my fucking house either. You know what I mean? So I don't see why we should treat our border any different.
Yeah, I think the point you're making here, Adel, is with the DHS and the Biden administration doing everything they can to worsen the situation at the southern border, as this is an example of. How do you think some American people out there who feel very strongly about the border, what do you think is going to be going through their heads if the people who are supposed to be protecting the border and keeping it secure are straight up refusing to do their job, and instead everything they do is intentionally making the problem worse? A lot of people, to your point, are going to start feeling like it's in their hands because the people who are supposed to be doing that job are not doing it. And I think that has the potential to get very ugly. And I don't like the thought of it.
Yeah, I hate the thought of it.
But it's unconscionable to me that the DHS would issue a rule to ICE saying that they can't arrest illegal immigrants at playgrounds, childcare centers, and school bus stops. That literally seems to me like the administration just wants more kids to be abducted.
I completely agree. I think you're probably 100% spot on. Was that just put out today, this week?
That literally just came out minutes ago.
What's that? What happens here in 4 days? on Sunday. What's Sunday? That's Halloween.
Yeah.
That's a big human sacrifice or child sacrifice week. You've
Yep.
had now the Pfizer.
And
you've
that's a
had the
big week
Pfizer
of children walking out unaccompanied.
Well, that's my point. It's a known week for child abduction, child sacrifice. You have Pfizer, their shot being approved for 5 to 11-year-olds. Tell me that's not a giant child sacrifice right there on the week of Halloween. And then you have this now, not allowing DHS to go anywhere near places where these kids would be vulnerable. It's just like they seem to do this stuff and embolden traffickers. And just anyone that would do evil things to children. They seem to have they seem to be lightening or emboldening them right here on Halloween week, a week known for this kind of stuff. Coincidence? Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
Yep. So that's another thing that came out. I don't know. Like, what else do you say about it? We said the obvious.
There's nothing else to say about it.
Elaborated, but it's just like I don't know. It's so exhausting to have an administration that is.
It's a regime, not an administration.
Well, yeah, or a regime, whatever. I can deal with an administration or a regime who are just like half-baked, have all the wrong ideas, they have good intentions, but everything they do just makes things worse because they're freaking stupid. I can deal with that. But what we're dealing with here is malevolence. What we're dealing with here is a managed decline of our country. What we're dealing with here is a regime which is trying to make things worse on purpose. And I hear very little people out there saying this, especially on the mainstream media. You'll never hear them say that on the mainstream media. They're trying to give them the benefit of the doubt of, it's just that because Biden's stupid, right? I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. And like I keep saying, there's no accountability or possibility of accountability for what's going on right now in sight that I can even dream up.
Political accountability. That's it. That's like I said.
Yeah.
That's the only kind.
If 2022 is held with any integrity whatsoever.
Right, which is again a big if. So
yeah.
I think it will be. I think they exposed way too much of their election stealing apparatus in 2020, and you've seen a groundswell of Republican patriots mobilizing to make sure it never happens again. Polling stations, like vote counting facilities, are going to be fucking war zones in November next year. They're going to be freaking war zones, dude. You're going to have fist fights. You're going to have straight up brawls over disagreements on ballots and what should be counted, what shouldn't be counted. You're going to have it's going to be really contentious during these midterms. You're going to
have a million GoPros covering all that live too. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, it's going to be really. Elections in this country will have a much nastier, combative feel. Not the campaigns, but the election nights themselves. I think we've seen our last normal. Not even normal, I wouldn't call it, but we've seen our last normal, just peacefully counting votes election. I think this is gonna get really ridiculous and ugly. It needs to, but I'm kind of looking forward to the circus that's gonna ensue.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's another thing. While we still have time, the push against Facebook and Instagram recently. By the Democrats, actually. Well, it's actually bipartisan, but according to, I guess, a lawsuit that says that Mark Zuckerberg and his wife's family companies allowed sexual harassment and discrimination. With all the stuff, coming out about Facebook, they're saying that it harms children and it's detrimental on mental health and the discrimination, the sexual harassment within the company. I feel like all of it is just avoiding the elephant in the room, which is the censorship. And it really pisses me off that this is the bipartisan push against Facebook that we're seeing instead of the censorship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like they're just like slapping Facebook on the wrist here and expecting everybody to be like, okay, they looked into whatever Facebook did wrong, and we can forget about all the other stuff that they forgot to mention.
Yeah, I don't have any faith in Congress, the real big tech, and they all take money from these people. Anything you see is, you want to talk about dog and pony.
Oh, yeah.
Anything you see with big tech is dog and pony. Almost all of our Congress takes money from one of these big tech platforms or another. They're all they go up there and they talk a big game. Very few of them actually want to see these companies reeled in any significant way, and certainly not with censorship. Certainly not with censorship. That's the conversation none of them want to have, because even the Republicans, man, they want you to tune into Fox News. They want you to tune into Fox News and watch them do their segment on Sean Hannity, or if you're Mitt Romney, maybe like Neil Cavuto or Mike Wallace. But they want you getting your news, your information through things that they have some level of control or affiliation with as well. So they're not going to get on Facebook or go after Facebook for censorship either, because it ultimately, most of the Republicans have nothing to gain from a free and open internet. Most of them wouldn't survive either. So that's why I think you see very few people. I think, Jim Jordan and I think Ted Cruz has been pretty good. Josh Hawley. You've had a handful, maybe a dozen or so Republicans that have at least talked about it. I know Matt Gaetz has done it too. But it's never a big enough segment of them to make anything happen. So I don't know what the answer is there, but I do agree. It is frustrating to see all these hearings and conversations about a company like Facebook and no one address the major issues, being censorship, targeting of conservatives, or just the selling of data to third parties without the permission of the users. It's never those things. It's always, like you said, the less important or less or significant.
Well, it's everything other than the elephant in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, no, right on. Yeah, I agree with what you said there. Another one. Here we have another one. 9 minutes to go until the end of the show here. I'm sure we'll have enough time to talk about this one. Email. Did you see this, Adel? An email confirms that Biden filled the Kabul plains with unvetted Afghans because the Biden regime wanted numbers to hoodwink Americans. So essentially, here's why. Here's why, other than wanting more terrorism within the U.S. borders. Of course, that's one of their goals. But here's why. They were in the middle of such a optics catastrophe that they needed anything and everything to try and convince Americans that they were getting as many people out there, like as many Americans evacuated out of the country as possible, right? Mm-hmm. But here's what they did. Instead of actually evacuating Americans to pump the numbers up and make it look like that's what they were doing, they just packed a bunch of unvetted random Afghan people who wanted a free ticket to the U.S. into the planes. And they even packed the planes with more people than the planes are meant to safely hold. So there's just another freaking mini scandal on top of the giant web of scandals that was the Afghanistan withdrawal. I mean, there it is. What is there to say about it, right?
Well, I mean, it's not surprising,
No, it's not.
Any of the soldiers out there who helped load up that plane, just following orders, what the hell is the matter with you? I don't know. If I'd have a really hard time in the military, man. I'd have a really, really hard time.
Yeah.
Being on the ground in a situation like that and having a superior telling me we're just loading up a plane with random Afghans to send to the home, send back home, to where my loved ones are living and are expecting me to be keeping them safe. And here I am helping to load up a plane full of unvetted Afghans to send their way. Are you kidding me? You would think some of these people would be like, no, I came here to stop these people from ever reaching our shores, and now I'm supposed to be helping them onto the plane to get there without having any idea who they are. You're fucking kidding me? I don't know, man. People say military is the only way. Military is the only way. I have seen absolutely nothing from the leadership in our military that leads me to believe that they have any good intentions for people of the United States or the world in general.
Have you read this?
No.
Get it. That'll tell you how much of the military is actually on our side.
Okay.
You remember this Matthew Lohmeyer guy that got removed from his post, kicked out of the military for releasing this book? This talks about all the Marxism that has infiltrated our military. And what you just said reminded me to let you know, because I read this cover to cover. It's shocking.
Yeah.
It is shocking. An inside look at the Marxism in the military, and it made me rethink that military is the only way thing. It made me rethink thinking that the military was going to come save us, because I got to tell you, after reading this book, I do not feel very strongly that most of the military is on our side.
Not the leadership, that's for sure.
Not the leadership, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that the lower, it's full of patriots, but it's also, as we've seen, it's full of crazy freaking Marxist douchebags.
Yep.
Like that girl that was posting all that crap to her Instagram saying that she'd have no problem shooting American people or alluding to that if martial law was called. You've got those crazy sons of bitches in there too. And it's really interesting that, she didn't get reprimanded for what she said. She didn't receive any kind of discipline. No, she got counseling.
Yep.
So.
Unbelievable. Yeah, well, the other guy was thrown in the brig for just disapproving and got court-martialed.
Right.
Yeah, unbelievable.
But yeah, highly encourage you, get that book, Irresistible Revolution. Read that shit cover to cover. You'll be shocked.
I've got plenty of Audible credits saved up, so.
There you go.
Let's see. Yeah. I don't know, man. What else you got? I covered everything I wanted to cover on my show, so I'm just kind of riding shotgun right now.
I'm combing through over here. Like, you can see me looking over here when we do this show. That's where I have my Feedly right now. I'm combing through it, and there's so much stuff, but like only 5% of it I have any will whatsoever to cover, because so much of it is just like bullshit. Like, who cares, right? Here's one. A Soros attorney selected by Biden administration to review U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency's foreign operations strategy. So we've been seeing this a lot lately, too. Really shady figures being selected by the Biden administration to do very specific things. More absolute corruption coming, absolutely. The Biden administration has hired a George Soros lackey to run an investigation into the internal strategy of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. This is unbelievable. Excuse me, this is unbelievable. The U.S. government is being taken over by our enemies under the Biden administration. This has to stop soon. The DEA announced yesterday that a top-level Soros lackey has been appointed to the DEA to look into its foreign operations strategy. So I wouldn't be surprised if he looks into their strategy and concludes that they're doing too much to stop the drug cartels in Mexico.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on anyone.
That's my bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on Soros appointed anything at any time to assist with any kind of law and order in this country. This guy invests billions into chaos. That is what he does. So yeah, I agree.
Yep. So there you go.
How is George Soros still allowed to invest in American anything at this point? This guy is
I don't know how George Soros is still alive, okay?
Yeah.
Like, the man's a mystery.
Yeah. I don't know.
All scrot eyes over there. Goodness gracious.
I'll bring back the old Dizzy Kincaid joke. We need to send him to jail and turn him into George Soreholes.
Fantastic. Oh my gosh, man. That's awesome. Joe Biden says no to children, which is surprising. Cancels White House trick-or-treating for Halloween. This is a surprising headline that came out 6 hours ago on Breitbart. You would think that Joe Biden would want to sniff the hair of every single one of these children, but no, they're canceling their White House trick-or-treating for Halloween. Any thoughts there, Adel? I mean, any one-liners?
Well, it doesn't get dark till like 6:30, and I think Joe Biden has already had his warm glass of milk and is fast asleep by 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, right? I mean,
his diaper changed, melatonin.
Yeah, absolutely. Got his diaper changed, powdered up down there. He's got his ice cream in bed. He's licking away at his double chocolate chip.
God. Okay, what else? We have one more minute, and I may have enough time to bring another one to you guys.
Seriously, I just imagine him like diaper changed, laying in bed, eating his ice cream, watching Don Lemon on the TV. Like, look how articulate he is. He's another one of those articulate ones.
Jen Psaki's like reading him a children's picture book.
Yeah.
See, if you don't have one, Pixels, I got one for you.
Go for it.
California shuts down another In-N-Out burger for refusing to be vaccine police.
Seriously,
now, I don't know.
Hats off.
I don't know how many Californians we have in chat that watch these shows, but if you want to see a revolt here anytime soon, just keep pressing them on shutting down In-N-Out burgers and watch what happens.
I've never had an In-N-Out burger. I've been out to California a couple of times. I don't think I ever actually did have an In-N-Out burger, so I don't know if they live up to the hype or not. But I know that's a staple out on the West Coast.
This is the second one in as many weeks.
Well, the first one was in San Francisco. I don't know where's this second one at.
I forget which county it was. I'd have to go back through it.
Okay.
Adel, I was covering the story when the first time this happened with an In-N-Out burger just a few weeks ago or whatever, and I've never had an In-N-Out burger either. I ended up trying to figure out if I could find any like locations. I went to their website. They have a few locations like in the Midwest, or it's like southern Midwest. Maybe we should make a road trip and just go to an In-N-Out burger. It's just like, I don't know, because I genuinely I want to give my money to this company for standing up to this crap. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they're not complying. It's a big deal for a company to shut their doors rather than comply. We need more companies like that. Honestly, move to Florida. Open up some In-N-Out burgers in Florida. You will kill it. Yeah, man. Looks like we're at 7:00 here. I need to take at least a little bit of a break here before we do the 8:30 show. So. I'll just go ahead and say thank you guys, and I'll be back at 8:30 tonight with Tian Homesteader and Callie Homesteader for a prep steading show. And then tomorrow I've got Taking It Back with Dilly and Frank, which I'm really looking forward to. No pre-show from Drunk Pinata tomorrow. He has got Matrix in real life stuff that he's got to take care of in the afternoon. So nothing leading up to it, but we'll see you guys either at 8:30 tonight or at 4 p.m. tomorrow. And that's it for me. Thank you, Pixels, for hanging out, and Spectre. It's always a pleasure, man. Thanks for being with us today. Did I lose you guys?
Pixels, you got anything?
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that was a closer if everybody was doing.
Yeah, I was like, you unmuted. I was
awkward silence.
I swear to God, every single end of the new guard just has to be awkward. Like, if it's not, then like something happens in the universe. Like the ether just gets disturbed and everything just goes wrong. So that's okay. It's par for the course. I'll be live tomorrow for the breakdown at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time on my channel here on Foxhole, over on DLive and on Twitch as well. So that's it. Hope to see you guys tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern.
Alrighty, with that, we're out.